What is what are we doing? Like, what is happening?
I'm a man of Manethrin, and I approve this message.
What's up, guys? Welcome to the latest Chillporeal stream, and luckily with me I have the first Alpha Chat ever to grace this in his introduction to the Nerdporeal stream. Hi, King Feanor. What's going on? Thanks for joining me.
What's up, buddy? What's up? Yeah, man, not a problem. Happy to be here.
So I figured, since you were gifted a membership, I figure, and I've been regularly talking to you on Twitter or X or whatever the fuck it's called now. I figure, you know what? Why not set them up, have a conversation, just talk about shit and everything. So,
right.
Appreciate you being here.
Yeah, man. Like I said, I'm happy to be here. It's about time. I feel neglected. Okay, you had Magitech Mags on before me. I just felt personally insulted by that. I love Mags, but come on now. The High King comes first. Let's be honest.
So yeah, I actually met Mags. In person, and she was a member. She was a member for a while. So I figured, she was one of the earliest people I was going to ask to do this. So I was lucky to get her.
In all seriousness, she's a doll. She's awesome. Yeah, I was on a stream with her the other night. She was test driving a few things with streams and everything, and we had a blast. It was great.
That's pretty cool. So I figure since this is your first time here, I was just curious. So how did you get into this? I'll say this culture war, this fight for. Did it start with Rings of Power? Did it start before that?
It really and truly, it started well before Rings of Power. So I was just where it kind of started was I've always been a fan of Mahler, EFAP, that whole subsection of the internet over there, if you want to call it that. And my first ever video that I saw was his Unbridled Rage on The Last Jedi.
Okay.
And because at the time I was a pretty normie viewer. And I was like, oh, wow, there's like a lot of flaws in here. And the more I studied it and the more I studied really bad media, I started like really picking at like all the flaws. And then came 2022, excuse me, and Rings of Power. And how the whole High King Feanor thing started was it's actually kind of funny. So I was on a Discord server with some friends, and we were talking crap about Rings of Power because the Vanity Fair articles had just come out. And we're like, this looks atrocious. And it's like, we need to do something to kind of like honor the professor, something to bring some light back in, because we were down about Rings of Power. It hadn't even come out yet, and we were like, oh, no.
And the trailers look terrible. Looking at the costumes by itself, and it was pointed out by better channels than me, seeing this, and just seeing the acting and all that, it didn't look worthy of the Peter Jackson films, and those came out over two decades ago now.
Yeah, and the thing is I remember the Super Bowl commercial because that was the first one.
Yeah,
and they what I was gonna say is I had a little bit of hype. I was like, okay, I'm gonna put all preconceived notions in my back pocket, and we're gonna see what this is all about. And then the trailer aired, and I proceeded to, just weep. And my sadness turned to anger really, really quick. But as I was saying, we all decided to give ourselves character names from Tolkien's Legendarium. And I was like, why don't I call myself the Alpha Chad High King? And then, 3 months later, when Rings of Power was airing, a whole bunch of Rings of Power fans got really ticked off that I called Feanor an Alpha Chad, and I said, okay, this is the name I have to go with now because it pisses them off so much.
The Alpha, so it's the Alpha Chad that really.
Oh yeah, it made him angry though, like because of Feanor was as a character. He does have his alpha moments, but he also has some very questionable decision-making skills, to put it lightly.
I've never read beyond The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, so the only thing I know about Feanor is that he created, or I don't know if he created the Silmarils or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he created the Silmarils. He created the Palantiri Seeing Stones, like the ones that you see at with Gandalf and Saruman.
Okay.
He created all 7 of those. He invented the first written language for the elves. The Tengwar is what it's called.
Okay.
And he also like made a whole bunch of jewels. Expert craftsman. Like he's probably second only to like the craftsman Valor Aule, like the demigod of it.
Mm-hmm.
But he and he also fought Balrogs, 3 of them.
Okay.
But he did have some questionable decision-making skills. He threatened to kill his half-brother. He committed a kinslaying. He left his half-brother to freeze to death and burn ships that could have brought him over to Middle Earth.
Yeah, Fingolfin is his name, right? That's the younger half-brother.
Yeah, Fingolfin. Well, he has 2. He has Fingolfin and Finarfin are his 2 half-brothers.
Okay.
But yeah, so anyway, yeah, the Rings of Power fans, they hate Feanor to begin with. And when I started getting into it with them about the lore and how I felt like they were disrespecting Tolkien, they just doubled down on the Feanor hatred. And I was like, yeah, this has to stick. This has to be me now. I am Feanor. And yeah, that's kind of where it is. That's kind of how it started and where it's at right now, almost. So
it's crazy, like how like. By the way, before I even going further, I want to say hello to Dempsey. To what's up, Dempsey? Thanks for being here. Salty, thank you for the super sticker. Salty Traveling Sea for 99 cents. I can't see the super sticker, so I'm assuming it's a piece of poop. So, and we got Gadfly, my intellectual brother from another mother. What's up?
Gadfly is correct. It actually was he improved the Elvish language. Gadfly is correct. Thank you for correcting me on that. It's been a weekend for me, so I'm a little bit bit out of sorts. So
am I. Like I was on Prophet's stream yesterday. And I just started falling asleep. Like we were like we had the before show, then we watched it was the penultimate episode of the 2nd season of Wheel of Time, or Wheel of Prime, because it's not Wheel of Time at all. And and then we got to the after show, and there was just so much to talk about. And after like an hour and a half, I started falling asleep, and then I just wanted to lay down, so I basically muted myself and turned off the camera. And then I took a nap for half an hour, and they were still on. I was like, "Oh shit! I gotta let them know I'm not doing this." So I messaged them and said, "Hey, I'm leaving." And I just closed. I didn't even come back on stream to say goodbye or anything. So, but yeah, I just did because of all this stuff with how fandoms are now, how divided everybody is, and how you always have people that who are dubbed gatekeepers, ones that, want to respect the source material. And of course, I was just listening to your video. You talking about your what you would do if you did a Lord of the Rings series and everything. I totally agree with it.
Yeah.
But like, but it's the same with Wheel of Time. Every like franchise is being like literally systematically getting like annihilated by some of the shittiest writing there is.
And that's the thing too. It's a lot of the misconceptions, and I've seen this as well, because you brought up Wheel of Prime, and I've seen this with the Wheel of Prime fans as opposed to the Wheel of Time fans, where they'll ignore all the criticisms about the writing. It's the same with the Rings of Power fans. They do not want to hear about the criticisms of the writing. They try and find any kind of straw man argument that they can. So it's, you don't like this character because they're this color, or you don't like this aesthetic because it's it doesn't look like what you envisioned or whatever the hell, So, and it's like, that's not what our argument is. The writing in all of these intellectual properties, whether it be Wheel of Time or Rings of Power or pretty much any and all besides Andor of the Disney Star Wars. Good Lord, don't even get me started on that. Recent Marvel Phase 4 and 5. It's all about the terrible writing. And that's the biggest issue us hardcore fans have. And, I don't know how you fix it. I really wish the writers had just stayed on strike, because now they're rebooting everything again.
Okay, so everybody, let's have a moment of silence for the franchises that will be destroyed in the future.
Right.
All right, done.
Yeah.
I was disappointed. I think we found this. I think it was Wednesday. I found out, or was it Tuesday or Wednesday, or something, when they announced that the strike was over. I was just like, and they gave in. They gave in to all their demands, I believe, didn't they?
Yeah. From what I gathered, I haven't read the exact details of it, but yeah, essentially they agreed to the terms that the writers were asking for. So,
well, it's not going to get better. There's going to be there's going to be less and less, unless they get their sweet money from their their wonderful investors who want to keep who really want to change society, who want to make us more compassionate and loving, as I say in my video, because that's why they do. That's why they make these stupid changes and all that. But I mean, they're not going to get money from customers unless unless you're an Uber shill or something.
Right.
So
I apologize if you hear kind of like rustling in the back. I was actually grabbing my Bluetooth my wireless headset so I could hear you a bit better.
Oh, okay, that's fine. But I'll be honest, I was reading that one guy's I forgot his name, the one that was talking about the Warhammer and his entire little dissertation about the argument and all that, is the whole argument about gatekeeping and all that. I mean, honestly, you remove that element that rhymes with broke or smoke and all that, and everybody will be happy if they listen. And I've said this, if they listen to us and they follow, they made changes based on our input, everybody would be happy, even those who criticize the criticizers. That's one thing I don't get. I don't know, these people get off on criticizing the criticizers. Can Hollywood do no wrong? Can I don't understand the psychology.
I think it's a matter of just being contrarians. They because they'll see somebody who they don't politically align with or socially align with or whatever, and no matter how correct that person is, they have to be against them. So a lot of Rings of Power fans are very, very hardcore progressive. They don't see eye to eye with me, particularly on politics.
Mm-hmm.
And so even though I'll bring up X, Y, and Z about how this is wrong with the writing, this is what's wrong with the writing, this is what's wrong with the lore, here's how this, and this how this character's been bastardized, blah, 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 I'll be correct about all of it. But they have to disagree.
Mm-hmm.
And I to tell you the truth, I don't get it either. I think it is. You might be right. It could be a deal of Hollywood can do no wrong in these people's eyes. But check out the High King's page. Yes, Dempsey. Yes, absolutely. Hail to the High King. Anyway, I gotta
hail to the High King.
I gotta stroke my own non-existent ego.
Hey, you're the alpha. I've never had an alpha Chad High King on stream before, so I'm learning too.
Right.
I take responsibility.
Let me see here. I'm trying to get your volume up here because my headphones didn't seem to want to connect. Let me.
Let me check my audio. I'll turn mine up a little bit. I don't have it up all the way. I don't want to be too loud, but
you're good.
Do I sound better now?
Yes, you sound much better now.
Okay, great. So
cool.
all right. So, let's. So I got a question for you. How did you get into Tolkien? And I'm assuming you read the entire Legendarium, right?
Yes.
Okay. How'd you get into Tolkien in the first place? I'm curious.
So I was 10 years old back in 2001 when Fellowship of the Ring came out.
Oh, I'm older than you.
And I'm 32 now, just turned.
Yeah, I was 6. I just Fellowship came out. I just turned 17 that November. So yeah.
And because I was already into like medieval ancient history and warfare and all that sort of stuff, and you had the trailers with like big battles and Balrog and all kinds of crazy stuff, you know. So I was like, I asked my dad if I could go see it, and he said, because he's a big fan of the books, he's like, "Yeah, son, you can go see it, but you have to read the books first. It's a prerequisite. You cannot go see these movies until you read the books. You need to have an appreciation." And I said, "Okay."
Something your dad was a big fan of Lord of the Rings?
Yes. And so I sat down and I read Fellowship of the Ring, Two Towers, Return of the King, and then he kept his word, and we went and saw Fellowship of the Ring in theaters. One of the greatest experiences of my life. But what really got me into like the thick of the Legendarium was the appendix of Return of the King. Because I started reading about this history, and it's very vague in the appendix. Like, you can read about different houses and like a timeline of events, and you get all these character names, but there's really not a lot of context with it. It's just a timeline of events, essentially, languages, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, wow, there's like a whole history here that I have no idea about. So I hopped on the computer and I started looking up. I was like, ooh, Silmarillion. Ooh, Book of Lost Tales. Ooh, Unfinished. Okay, you know, and I went nuts. I kind of went a little crazy. Broke my wallet when I was like 12, 13 years old. And spent all my allowance money on all these books that I have to this day. And yeah, just been immersed in it. But it was all thanks to my dad telling me, "No, son, you're going to read these books first." So
okay, all right, well, that's cool. Very different from me. My dad, my parents did. My family did not read like Lord of the Rings or Tolkien or anything like that. And before I even get into that. Member Wakizashi Tea House, member for 12 months. Proud to be Nerdporeal for a year. Hail, mate. Hail, Gray. Thanks for stopping by.
Hail, buddy.
So, for me, so I didn't find out about Lord of the Rings or J.R.R. Tolkien or The Hobbit until I think someone at our church recommended it. So I was we went to an Orthodox church. They were originally, I think, Episcopalian or something like that, but they became Orthodox. And a lot of the people in that congregation were very well versed, obviously in Scripture and Catechism and all that. But they were also very familiar with Catholicism, and they were big fans of Tolkien and all that. And so when my brother was young, when my brother was little, someone recommended to my mother The Hobbit. And then when I was in Sunday school, or actually no, the very first time I ever heard Lord of the Rings, I was on my way to, actually, believe it or not, to an Orthodox summer camp in Pennsylvania. And my future Sunday school teacher is one of the parents there, and he was playing Lord of the Rings audiobook, and I think it might have been the Ian Holm one, I think. So, which I was listening to partially to with the White Cloaks and all that. I think it was that one I was asking about, because my intro to fantasy has been the Legend of Zelda, because I'm a big Nintendo guy. I play Mario, big Legend of Zelda guy, and my interest in Hobbit and Lord of the Rings and reading those grew after playing Ocarina of Time on the N64. And plus, my Sunday school teacher was telling us about like the production, like who they cast the different actors as characters. And then one day I was on vacation. With my parents, and I was in a bookstore, and I saw that The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings were by the same author. So I was like, you know what? I want to read these now. I like the way the trailer looks. So I just decided to read them one summer, and I did. It was tough read, because I didn't read much as a kid, and like high school, like I always skip to the Cliff Notes or the Spark Notes when we were reading a book or something, or got tested on a book. So that's how I found. So I read those, and then I saw the animated ones. I saw the Rankin Bass Hobbit, and then I saw the Bakshi Lord of the Rings, and then the Rankin Bass Return of the King. So I actually saw the Rankin Bass Return of the King before I finished the book. So this was before, even before I saw the movie. So that's kind of how I got introduced to Tolkien. And I've said all this on, I don't know if you're familiar with Salty Traveling Sea, but he when Rings of Power came out, he did something called the Fires of Fandom. And he went and talked to a whole bunch of us content creators about how we got into Tolkien and what it means to us and all that. And like, who was our favorite character? What was our favorite moment? And of course, my favorite character is Samwise Gamgee.
Good choice.
Yeah, because he's probably the most changed of all the characters. I mean, Frodo, like they're all like when they get to the they get to the Scouring of the Shire, they're completely changed. But I think Sam was the most changed of them all. Like he became so based. He went from servant to based. Like
I don't know, man. If you ask the Rings of Power fans over the past couple of days, Samwise Gamgee is like the apex homosexual.
I mean, there's always been that stuff kind of going around. I remember that stuff kind of going around, like, Sam and all that. It was dumb then.
So much.
It's dumb now. I'm just like,
yeah.
Why? I mean,
that's all my feed has been on Twitter. It's kind of actually been annoying a little bit. Like, is just just dumb Rings of Power fans trying to put that into Tolkien, and it's like, stop, please, just get out.
like when Robert Jordan was alive, and he was like, he said something like, if you do anything to my Wheel of Time characters, I'm gonna smash the hammer down on y'all, or something like that. So
like, I'm pretty sure Tolkien would break out his old World War I rifle. Like, I mean,
yeah, true.
What are y'all doing?
I want to say hello. First time, I think in the chat, I see Jason Stahl. What's up? Hashtag Sam.
Jason Stahl. Yeah, Sam is not by. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh man.
No, he goes from being shy, servant, unassuming. Yeah. He comes back. He helps clear out the riffraff, Sharky and his men and all that, and then he asks Rosie. He just goes and he asks Rosie out, and
he has like 15 kids with her.
Yeah, 15 kids.
Something like that.
I mean, if I remember correctly, he becomes Frodo's heir, right? He lives in Bag End and all that.
Yes, if I recall correctly, he inherits the Baggins' wealth and the Red Book, which is essentially The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings. It's supposed to be that story as told by Bilbo and Frodo. And
then Sam
inherits all that.
Then Sam put some finishing touches on that Red Book, if I remember correctly.
I believe so. Yeah, I think oh man, I've been so immersed in the Silmarillion. I'm because of this. I'm doing a stream with Lady Balefire every other Sunday, so it's been nonstop Silmarillion for me. So I'm a little bit foggy on the events after the Scouring of the Shire, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, he does fill in certain blanks, and he kind of just continues the history as he sees it. And if I recall, I could have this wrong. So Gadfly, please correct me, because I see you in the chat. Please correct me if I have this wrong. Sam, Merry, and Pippin are all buried next to Aragorn.
I thought Sam left. Sure. I thought Sam went to the Undying Lands.
No, I'm pretty sure Sam stayed in Middle Earth. I'm pretty damn positive on that.
That's not what I learned. I learned that once he was much older. Once he was much older, then he left and joined Frodo in the Undying Lands, because he held the ring too.
You're right. You're right. I'm thinking about it, and you're right, because that's correct. I'm sorry for anybody in the chat or what have you. I have been on the road almost nonstop for the past 2 days, and I'm going on like 4 hours of sleep. So
yeah, I feel you. I haven't been getting a whole lot of sleep myself. Like literally this morning, I woke up like late. Like I usually leave the house at 6 a.m. to go to work. I get up, I look at my phone. It's 6:45. I'm like, fuck, I have to be at work in 15 minutes. There's no way I'm going to get there in time. So.
Yeah,
I was lucky. I worked extra hours earlier this week, so I was able to get away with it. But I do know on the Tolkien note, I do know I'm 100% sure Merry and Pippin are buried next to Aragorn. That I know. Oh my God! I was to kind of prepare for this, and I don't usually do much preparing, but when I was at work today, I was listening. When I was doing my work, I was listening to the because for the White Cloaks, I wasn't able to completely finish Lord of the Rings, so like I had to skip a few chapters to get to the 5 for well, actually it was our stream. It was you and me were supposed to be you and I were supposed to be on the final stream. You couldn't make it, so you were in the chat. Even though I did give you full first billing. I gave you first billing in the credits.
I still feel bad about that, man.
Nah,
because
don't worry about it. I'm sure you have your reasons.
I got called into work, and I was like, I saw the notification pop up on my phone. I was like, oh crap! And so like I took a break, tried to connect on my phone, it wasn't working. I was like, oh, hell, I'll just be in the chat. Like, nothing I can do.
So going back to my point, I was listening to I was listening to the chapter, and by the way, I mean the one English dude, I forget his name, that does the audiobooks. He's great, but freaking Andy Serkis fucking knocks it out of the park. I was listening to the chapter 8 of book 5, Houses of Healing. God damn! Like I was like, shit. I feel bad that I skipped this one. I was in tears for a good portion of that chapter, and the one that really got me the most. This was at the very end. So they're like Aragorn goes and he goes to Faramir, he goes to Eowyn, and then he finally goes to Merry, and then Merry awakes. And Mary says something that Mary finds out that the King Theoden King is gone. And the thing that he says is that I don't think I'll ever smoke again because I promised to do a smoke with him. And that when I heard that, like, and I'm shedding. I mean, I don't know if you can see it now. I felt something because when I lost my father, like I wasn't sure if I could listen to classic rock again.
Right.
So it was, and then my friend told me, I was telling this to a friend, and my friend told me, dude, just honor him by continuing to listen to it. And that's kind of exactly what was said in that chapter. Well, they're like, continue to smoke in his honor and all that.
In his memory, yeah.
In his memory. And I was like, fuck, dude, fuck. Like you think Tolkien, like, gets really, Tolkien gets really fucking deep in this shit. I mean, so when Tom Shippey says like there's depth to it, he's not fucking lying.
No, he isn't. And the thing is, the Houses of Healing. So my personal favorite part of that entire chapter, and it makes me chuckle a little bit, is I can't remember her name, but she was essentially like a servant, medical woman person, old.
Yeah, I don't remember her name either. She wasn't in the movies. But yeah, when
Aragorn gets pretty pissed off with her because he's fed up with her being like, oh my goodness, the hands of the king, the hands of he's like, just get me the stupid plant so I can heal these people, please.
Because they're like, she's like, I'm not familiar with this plant, and they're like, well, it goes by this other name, and like, oh yeah, I know about it. We don't have it. We keep it somewhere else, I think. They're like, well, gotta go get it.
Go.
And what's funny was in the movies, so with Faramir's here, this is pretty much where like he is. I mean, it feels earned too. Aragorn's pretty much pronounced king by Faramir when Faramir gets out of his, his black breath sleep or whatever, sleep or whatever it's called, and he calls him king. He calls him my lord. He calls him, I think, king. And I think in the movies they swapped it and they had Boromir, say that when he dies, but in the book Boromir does not say it. He just dies.
Yeah.
He's just the only thing Boromir says to Aragorn is save my people.
Yeah, Boromir, his death in the books is a lot. I don't want to use. I hate to say it's less impactful, but it really is compared to the movies. Like you said, in the books, he's just dead. Shot with a ton of arrows, he dies. But which I do have to say, I like what the movies did with his death to make it, like. It was good for Aragorn's character development in the context of the movies to have that scene, as opposed to just having Sean Bean keel over.
Yeah. I mean, how many times has Sean Bean died,
Right?
He's got his head cut off. He's gotten shot in the head. He's fallen off of a satellite. If you've seen GoldenEye.
He did. No, he didn't die in National Treasure, did he? That's like the one movie he didn't die in.
I don't remember. Prophet's a big National Treasure fan. Prophet, does he die in National Treasure?
I don't think he does.
You don't think he does?
I don't think he does. I'm pretty sure he doesn't.
No,
it's like
you might be right. You might be right. So,
I'll tell you something. As far as like recommendations go, as like audiobooks, there's a book. It's a story from the Silmarillion, and it's for first time Tolkien readers. I always recommend it because I find it to be the most emotionally gut wrenching, impactful story Tolkien ever wrote. It's called The Children of Húrin.
Okay.
And it is there is an audiobook of it. You can get it on Audible or whatever. And it's narrated by Christopher Lee.
Oh shit, really?
Mm-hmm. And it is so good. When we're done with this stream, you're going to go and you're going to purchase that?
I think I am. I mean,
you're
just
gonna
the
go
fact that you said Christopher fucking Lee.
Yeah, it's Christopher Lee narrating The Children of Húrin. And I'll tell you, there might be, if you have questions about, feel free to ask me. There's going to be some references to other things in the Silmarillion that are in that story. But you'll be able to pick it up real quick. The story is very self-contained, I guess would be the best. It works in isolation away from the Silmarillion.
So
but
does Children of Húrin take place in the first age, or does it take place in the first age, second age?
Takes place in the first age.
Okay.
So it's about midway through the first age. And it's everything's gone to hell. They just had their second biggest battle against Morgoth. I'm not going to spoil how that went. I'll let you read about it because it's in The Children of Húrin.
Okay.
It's really good.
Robert Jordan borrows that name for one of the characters in the Great Hunt, the second Wheel of Time book. Yeah, in that book, Húrin is a sniffer. He sniffs out bad guys, basically. He sniffs out murder and evildoers and whatnot. So, and of course, they completely cut him out of the show. They replace him with another character who did not have that role in the books. So,
Isn't it frustrating being a fan? Just real talk. Isn't it frustrating being a fan of a book series and knowing that these people in Hollywood have all this money, they can do whatever the hell they want to do with the story, and they manage to just mess it up? It's so frustrating, honestly.
It's just like they have like you said, they have all this money, and don't they get this money like beforehand, like before they even start the production, don't they? So
yeah.
Where's that money go? I mean, you look at the Rings of Power, based on what I've read, you're positive that the first season was $1 billion budget?
No. So the first season was $450 million. It was $200 million for the season itself, and then $250 to the Tolkien estate to get the TV rights.
So they only got the rights for The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, the 3 Lord of the Rings books. Nothing else. Nothing else in the Legendarium, right?
Well, yes. So here's the interesting thing about that, though. So you remember how I brought up the appendix?
Yes.
The appendix is at the end of Return of the King, and so. There was no way in hell that Amazon was going to try to do a reboot of The Lord of the Rings after the Lord of the Rings movies. There's not a chance in hell of them doing that. Even as dumb as Amazon is, they know that would be a colossal failure because they just wouldn't be able to match up. They're not going to do one for The Hobbit because as loathed as the Hobbit movies are, they're still Peter Jackson, and that would get a lot of backlash. So you have to do something original in the context of the appendix. So really, what Amazon paid $250 million for was the appendix. That was it. Because there's no way they're going to touch any of the other stuff.
The appendix and all the unused like legends and all that was mentioned in The Lord of the Rings.
Well,
like they mentioned Celebrimbor and the formation of the rings, all that stuff in the Council of Elrond, I believe, and I'm sure there was other lore that was brought up.
Yep.
throughout the books that I'm sure they're going to try and use, and of course make shit up, not use it accurately and make shit up. Like I was looking at your tweet the other day about how Mordor was formed, or where the actual history of Mordor. So it wasn't like a key that goes into a rock or something, and all of a sudden this dam gets released and all this water goes into the ground, and then it causes an eruption and all that. It was so stupid.
Oh, so dumb. And when you actually read like the context of, so Morgoth, the peak Satan of Tolkien's universe, he's the one who created Mount Doom. And Mount Doom, or I should say Mordor, it wasn't necessarily called Mordor then, but that region was already volcanic, ashy, don't want to screw around with it, to the point where the first men, when migrating westward, they moved around Mordor. They traveled around it because they saw it in the distance, didn't want to mess with that, and they decided, we're just going to stay away from that dark, evil, terrible, ashy, unhealthy place. We're going to walk around.
So they came so some men came from the east. Yes,
both men and elves came from the east.
Okay.
The elves awoke first. Near Huvinen, there's a lot of debate as to the location, because there's various different maps. There's the inland sea of Helkar, the Sea of Rune, debates about that and where exactly the elves awoke. But both the elves and men awoke in the east. The elves kind of got split in half almost. There's two different groups of elves. There's the Eldar and the Avari. The Avari are the ones that did not heed the summons of the Valar and refused to go west. So they live in Rune, potentially live in Harad, although that's doubtful. I apologize for the dog barking in the background. I'm dog sitting right now.
Don't worry about him.
Oh, he looks sad now. Come here. But yes, and then the men awoke at Hildorian, and the majority of them, I believe, traveled westward. Oh, I was going to say the Eldar, that group of elves, are the ones that heeded the summons and went to Valinor.
Okay.
So
I know, like Feanor, for instance, I believe is the Noldor, if I remember correctly.
So those are kind of the subgroups of elves. There's the Vanyar, the Noldor, the Teleri. I'd have to go through, actually have the books here with me to remember them all. Because, like I said, my mind's a little foggy on it. But so if I recall correctly, it was Finwë, Feanor's father, Elwë, who eventually becomes Eru Thingol, and oh shoot, I can't remember the third one, but they essentially are emissaries of the elves that go to Valinor.
Okay.
And then they come back and tell the elves, "Hey, this is great, let's go." And the elves are kind of split on it, and some of them go and some of them stay. But Feanor, pretty much everyone from Feanor down is actually born in Valinor.
Okay. So if you brought up the Valar, are the Valar the highest beings in the world? Arda or something?
Yes. Well, there's Eru Ilúvatar. He's pretty much a god.
Okay.
And then there is
where is Eru Ilúvatar mentioned? I don't think he was mentioned in the Lord of the Rings.
I'm pretty sure he's mentioned in the appendix, but his first mention is literally the beginning of the Silmarillion. It's pretty much like the book of Genesis. In the beginning, there was God, pretty much. Type deal.
Is that what the first part of the Silmarillion is? Basically, the creation of Arda or whatever, or what's the world called in Silmarillion?
It's Arda.
It's called Arda.
Mm-hmm.
What's it called? Ainulin Dale or Dale or something?
Ainulin Dale. I can't say it right now.
I have the Wikipedia of Silmarillion up on my screen. That's why I'm looking. So
Ainulin Dale, I believe.
Ainulin Dale. Okay, Ainulin Dale. Okay, you got it. Mm-hmm. Sometimes pronouncing these Tolkienian words can be a challenge sometimes.
It's essentially the song of the Ainur. So Eru gets the Valar. He gets all the Ainur together, and they come and make this song. And the song is the creation of the world.
What's
But
the
Melkor,
Ainur? What's the Ainur?
It's the Valar Maiar.
Oh, okay.
All the ancient original spirits.
So are Valar like angels, like archangels type of deal?
They're almost like pretty much they're archangels slash all kind of demigods in a way.
Yeah. Servants to the One, obviously.
Exactly. What in the world is this dog barking at? I apologize. I am so sick and tired of this dog barking.
Don't worry about it. And of course, Melkor is basically Lucifer, like probably the strongest of the Valar, if I remember correctly.
Yes, Melkor is the mightiest of the Valar, and he introduces discord into the song, and it really disrupts a lot of things. And then there's like I believe it was three separate times. We went over this in Lady B's stream, but there was three separate times, or two, I can't remember which, but where Eru stopped the music and introduced new melodies into it.
Yeah. And
Melkor kept introducing discord because Melkor is very prideful and he wanted to create his own thing. And it can be very confusing on a first read.
So was Melkor like ever cast out of heaven or cast out of?
So what happened was once the song was complete, Eru sent the Ainur into Arda, essentially. Okay. And they were cultivating things and building things and blah 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 blah. You know, just creating everything essentially, or they were seeing what their song had created.
Okay.
And Melkor was looking for what's called it's pretty much what was used for creation. I believe it's I always get it wrong. It's either the imperishable flame or the everlasting flame. I can't remember which, but essentially it's this thing that belongs to Eru Iluvatar. And he essentially is looking for it to kind of like get that power. And he's going into the void and like just traveling in darkness and blah, 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 blah. And then Melkor and the Valar end up fighting these crazy wars before the elves even awake. Like we're talking like catastrophic damage done to the world.
Oh shit!
Giant pillars collapsing that light the world. I mean, it's intense. It's intense stuff.
That's in the Quenta Silmarillion, the Year of the Lamps. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. And Melkor throws down the lamps. He and the Valar go to war. This is where you get the introduction of the Valar Tulkas, who's like, he's pretty much like, to describe him, it's a poor description, but he's essentially like Hercules. He's just incredibly strong. And eventually, so the elves awake and the Valar take counsel and they realize they have to defeat Melkor in order to save the elves. Because if they just leave the elves in darkness and Melkor is in Middle Earth causing all this strife, you know, the creation of Eru, the firstborn of Eru, are not going to be able to flourish.
Yeah.
So they go to war, capture Melkor, chain him up, and throw him in the void, and then they give him a sentence. And after he gets let out of that sentence is when Feanor is around, and that's kind of what kicks off everything, like the ship burning, the kinslaying, the darkening of Valinor. I mean, it's intense, but it's like I said, I apologize, I'm kind of stumbling about, Melkor, he is considered the brother of Manwë, who is the king of the Valar, essentially. And because Manwë cannot perceive or conceptualize evil, he considers Melkor forgiven of his transgressions and releases him from the void, which was a terrible mistake.
That sounds about right.
And then, to give you a little more detail, Melkor goes to Ungoliant, who is the first ever named giant spider creature.
So is I forget if they mention Ungoliant in Lord of the Rings when they talk about like who Shelob is and where she comes from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Shelob is one of the spawn of Ungoliant.
Okay.
Direct spawn, not like lesser. Like this is like Ungoliant birthed Shelob. Ungoliant goes, sucks the sap out of the two trees, and pretty much kills them. And then Melkor, now Morgoth, goes with Ungoliant to Formenos, which was the fortress of Feanor.
Yeah.
Kills Feanor's dad, steals the Silmarils and the entire jewel wealth of Formenos, and then flees back to Middle Earth.
So Formenos is the fortress that Feanor lives in, right? Like
yes.
Okay. Is that in Middle Earth or is that in Valinor?
That's in Valinor.
Okay.
And Feanor and his sons, incredibly angry, go swear a terrible oath. And then when boats aren't given to them, they take the boats by force and end up eventually sailing to Middle Earth. And you get an entire age of nonstop warfare between the elves and Morgoth. It's in I'm telling you, man, the battles, you just got to read the battles. They're great.
I'll have to. So you said start with the children of Huron. Start with that.
Yeah, it's in the middle of the first age, like I said, but it's a good starting point just to kind of get a gauge on like how heavy a lot of the stories can be from an emotional standpoint. Okay. It's you have a lot of highs and lows. And for every nice little high in that book, it's like a tremendous low.
And the Silmarillion is basically kind of told like especially with the creation, all that kind of like you said, the Book of Genesis, kind of like scriptural a little bit, told like a historical chronicle.
Very much so. Matter of fact, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but essentially the Silmarillion is supposed to be a history written by an elf in Valinor, or like a couple of elves in Valinor. I can't remember which, but essentially it's a history from the elves' perspective, kind of like how the Red Book is from Bilbo and Frodo.
Yeah,
the Silmarillion is written by the elves.
Okay, and that's okay. And what's funny is to talk about another series that got a lot of its inspiration. Author will never finish his book series. The book Fire and Blood is basically Silmarillion, except it's from the point of view of the Maesters, and they're talking about the history of the Targaryen family and all that, the Targaryen line of kings and all that, and from Valyria.
Oh, so. George.
Yeah,
George R.R. Martin.
Yeah.
He ticked me out. Have you ever heard his take on Gandalf?
Yeah, I've heard his take. He's like, I think he said, one thing someone asked him who would win in a fight, Dumbledore or Gandalf. He's like, Gandalf for sure. But I don't know what was his. Oh, Gandalf should have stayed dead. Yeah.
Yeah, Gandalf should have stayed dead.
Yeah, if I was right that Gandalf would have stayed dead. I was like, there's a reason why he came back. So.
Well, here's the thing, George. J.R.R. Tolkien wasn't a giant nihilist who just wrote his characters to get killed off. No,
that's true. But I'll say this though. Like when no character is safe, it really enhances the experience. Whether you're watching an anime show or if you're reading a book or something, it really, in my opinion, it enhances the experience, because like if there's a danger or something, I'm just like, maybe it's because I'm a horror fan, I'm a big thriller guy, but like if you feel something, you're like, oh shit, what's happening? And it just I can't get my eyes off the book or something. So
and that's the thing that's the reason I consider the like I love the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, but when it comes to because to kind of go off your point where it's like any character can be in danger.
Yeah.
The Silmarillion does that.
Okay.
Whereas the Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings do it in like small doses. The Silmarillion is just covered with that from start to finish. Like there are characters you will fall in love with in that book, and then it's like, oh no, what's going on? And Tolkien kind of leads you into it too. It's like you know what's going to happen, and you don't want it to happen. And the way that he writes it, you think there might be hope for this character yet, and then he just 86s them, and it's like, oh great.
Oh shit!
Like it's like, oh man. Thanks for tearing my heart apart, J.R.R. Tolkien. John. Thanks, John.
John Ronald Rule.
Oh
That's
man,
crazy.
but no, yeah, like I said, like yeah, but yeah, definitely start like I was saying earlier. Definitely start with the Children of Burn before you get into the Silmarillion proper.
Okay.
Just to kind of give you a gauge.
Okay.
But anyway, let's see here. Well, I always like to check the chat, and I'm on mobile, so this is incredibly. Let's see here.
Right,
before
we go any further, I want to read the super chat from Mark Clark, $9.99. Thank you so much, Mark. Not Tolkien, but Nerdporeal. I was watching DS9, and you remind me of the character web in the episodes with the Bell Riots. I don't remember that character, but the Bell Riots was takes place in like 2020, and something bad. So it takes place in Deep Space Nine. They go back in time to the 21st century. The future year of 2020, because Deep Space Nine came out in the 90s, and there's a point where it's like 2020 is totally dystopian, and well, there's these Bell Riots that happen because of taking this police state taking away rights and all that. So, and when the main characters kind of went went back, they kind of interfered with history, and the leader of the riots, Gabriel Bell, got killed. So, spoiler alert: Captain Sisko or Commander Sisko takes the identity of Gabriel Bell and enables history. So, and that's pretty much it. I have to rewatch the episodes, but it's a two-parter. I don't know if you ever watch any Star Trek.
I watched the original Star Trek with my girlfriend because she's a huge fan of George Takei. Why, I don't know.
Oh my!
Yeah. Well, she's met him. Her and her friend they met him at a Comic-Con. Geez, this is about, I want to say like a decade ago. But yeah, she will watch all the old Star Treks. With Shatner and all that, but that's about as far as I got into Star Trek. I was a big EU Star Wars fan back in the day.
Okay.
And that's I can't even look at Star Wars anymore without getting a bit nauseous.
Star Wars got so freaking boring. Like Disney, like they don't know how to write a Star Wars story. Heck, I got more like my next Star Wars project I'm going to do for my channel. I want to do a retrospective on Shadows of the Empire. Remember Shadows of the Empire?
Oh yeah, Dash Rendar, man, absolutely. That's my dude.
Dash Rendar. You had Prince Shizor. You had Lebo. You had I forget the chick's name. The one that the android chick. The one that's Shizor's bodyguard.
Mm-hmm.
And I that N64 game. It was my first. Other than Mario 64, that was my first 3D sci-fi 3D Star Wars game, and like I'll never forget the experience. And it's just it was so cool to play. Original trilogy like was just like it was like that popularity of that series, that trilogy, just spread into the 90s, and then of course George Lucas had to make dumb changes to it to re-release it for the 20th anniversary. And then the prequels came out, but you know what? I'll watch those any day over what Disney's done.
The prequels, though, I look back on them from a writing perspective, and the more I see Disney messing up with things, I can see what George was trying to do with the prequels from a writing perspective. I have the very unpopular opinion that Phantom Menace is the best of the trilogy.
I think you said so on Twitter. So I was just like, interesting.
Yep. Because it does. Phantom Menace does the thing that Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith should have done and didn't. So what I mean by that is you have Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, who are kind of like your POV characters for the whole thing. And the only time they ever separate is once, and that's on Tatooine.
Correct.
You have the Master and the Apprentice together the entire time. There's a bond there, and there's character arcs there, and so on and so forth. Attack of the Clones really and truly should have been the Clone Wars. And you have the adventures of Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi, Master and Apprentice. But they didn't do that. They had, in both Revenge of the Sith and Attack of the Clones, they had Obi-Wan going on side quests, and Anakin either being talked to by Palpatine or being all lovey-dovey with Padme Amidala. And there was when they tried to make up for it was when Obi-Wan Kenobi was saying it was like the last good moment between him and Anakin in Revenge of the Sith. I forget the lines of dialogue, but
when was it when they literally say goodbye, friend, and all that? Right?
Exactly.
But the next time they see each other, they're enemies.
Yeah, and or when they're like when Obi-Wan says
that thing on what's the name planet doesn't count.
It doesn't count. It's like, oh, that would have been really cool to see, George. Come on.
I mean, didn't they show? I guess they didn't show much with the micro series, the Gennady Tartakovsky Clone Wars micro series. Have you seen that?
I have seen that. I know they did. I always get the two confused. So there's the Clone Wars TV series that leads into Rebels.
Yeah, that's the Clone Wars. That's the one that George Lucas actually worked on himself.
Yeah, but then there's the other one. If I recall correctly, like the way Anakin becomes a Jedi Knight, he goes from Padawan to Knight, is because I believe it was because he defeated
Ventress.
Ventress. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
He fights Ventress. I don't remember what planet, but he fights her, and like, I'll be honest, the choreography in that Tartakovsky series was amazing.
Yeah,
and it was so cool. And then the other one that I really took notice was the Mace Windu one, where he's on Dantooine, and he's just like, it's him against the squadron. He's just using the Force. He is just pummeling all those droids with the Force. And it was awesome. It was awesome. And then the Clone Wars came out, the one that Lucas did, and they made the Jedi weak.
They did. And the other thing about the Clone Wars TV series, like you have Obi-Wan Kenobi, who's actually in a somewhat romantic relationship with the leader of the Mandalorians.
Duchess Satine. Yep.
Satine, yeah. And it's like, none of this, you don't get any sense of this when you're watching Revenge of the Sith, or when you're watching there's a lot of things in Clone Wars that probably should have been kept out because how much they clash with the mainline live action movies. But even then, they're still better quality than what Disney's churning out. Like, don't even get me started on this Ahsoka series. I just can't with it. It's so broken.
So I've been watching it too. I watched episode 5, and I haven't watched. I turn on my TV. I turn on my Roku. And Ahsoka is one of the shows I watch. I skip past it, and I watch the show that I'm truly watching, which is Banshee. It's a Cinemax show. I don't know if you've ever heard of that one, but it's a great show. This is like, it's everything that current shows are not. It's awesome. There's bad guys are bad. Can you believe that? Bad guys are bad, and it's full of the male gaze. So you got a lot of, there's a lot of nudity. There's a lot of sex. Yeah, a lot of sex, and it's refreshing compared to what they show now and everything.
Right.
Nothing that word that rhymes with bloke. I'll say
bloke, choke, and got a nickel. for a Coke.
Yeah, exactly. I love to speak in code because I just love it. It's fun. So, but that's currently what I'm watching. I tried to get into Ahsoka. I watched Rebels. I thought Rebels was okay. It was a big step down from the Clone Wars.
Yeah,
I liked the Clone Wars for the most part. I know a lot of people have problems with it. I enjoyed it. Especially I like the final Yoda arc that was part of the original show before they resurrected it for a final season and everything.
right.
And that final arc was actually good too. Except for I think Ahsoka beat Maul too easily.
Yeah, Ahsoka beat Maul too easily, and my biggest problem with more so Rebels and the Ahsoka TV series is the world between worlds.
Yeah, that was a Rebels concoction from Filoni.
It was a Rebels concoction. It's a Dave Filoni concoction, and it breaks everything. And I was explaining this to a friend of mine the other day. So with the world between worlds, the way it works is that you can see certain points in time, even though Filoni says it's not time travel, it totally is. Yeah. And you can literally, because Ezra does it, he grabs Ahsoka during the fight she's having with Vader and pulls her into the world between worlds.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now that we're in Disney canon and you have Rey Skywalker, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Rey Skywalker can force heal lightsaber wounds. So all Rey Skywalker has to do is go to the world between worlds, see the door where Qui-Gon is fighting Darth Maul, and once Maul dies, because after Maul dies, Qui-Gon is still alive for a little bit longer, she can pull Qui-Gon through the world between worlds, heal him, and put him back.
Yeah, that's true.
It's broken.
maybe based on what you're saying, maybe that's why Sabine survives that lightsaber wound.
Oh no!
I'm kidding. Of course,
they've made such a joke. It's funny, but at the same time, it's like they've made such a joke of lightsabers. How do you do that, Disney? Honestly, like, you remember when Qui-Gon has to get through the blast door?
Yeah,
and he's just straight melts the blast door with a lightsaber. But
that's right.
Sabine can take. It just doesn't make any sense. Why? What are you doing, Disney? Stop it! Just. They could have avoided all. They could have avoided all this if they didn't decanonize the EU.
Yeah, I remember. I'll be honest. I was in the when the Clone Wars was on. I was in the Filoni camp. I was like, he's good. Him and Lucas together were great. And then Rebels came out, and Rebels, I noticed a very big drop in quality. The animation was lesser, and even the storytelling. I prefer the arc-based format of the Clone Wars because there was always shit going on. Even in most of the arcs were 4 episodes.
Yeah.
Every episode had something to do, had something to go. There's always something important that led to that final battle. So like the arc was made up of different steps, different chapters, and all that. And that's what I really liked about it. And then you're trying to do they're trying to recapture the original trilogy with Rebels. Have crew a crew of 6, and then they're just them against the Empire. It was Rebels that really started. I mean, maybe I might be wrong there. I mean, the prequels made the battle droids look like buffoons and all that. But they made and Return of the Jedi, I think, started the whole making the stormtroopers look like buffoons. But but Rebels really took that to a next level, and then after that, the Empire was just buffoon. It was just a buffoonery, a massive buffoonery until Andor.
And because of that,
except the ending of Andor. The ending of Andor, I was like, they undid what they. Sorry,
Andor. No, you're good. Andor was solid. But my big thing with Disney right now is they should have stayed away from Thrawn. I kind of feel like that's going to be the last nail in the coffin as far as what Disney had, how much Disney has kind of separated themselves from the Star Wars fandom. You don't screw with Thrawn. Thrawn is one of the most beloved villains in the EU, if not.
He is probably, like, from what I remember. I mean, I haven't finished the Thrawn trilogy. I've only read Heir to the Empire, and I've read parts of Dark Force Rising. But based on what I remember, like, Thrawn was always like several steps ahead of our heroes.
Yeah,
and he was just a tactical genius all around. Like, and he was ruthless.
Yeah,
and in Rebels and now Ahsoka, he just lets our heroes get away. He's like, oh, it's better to let them get away, and then blah blah blah. I liked how they ended season 3 of Rebels, though, with him just completely owning them.
Yeah, but I mean, they've really dumbed down his character. Like you were saying, in the Zahn novels, he is a mastermind, and he, like you said, he's brutal, he's ruthless. He'll just straight absolutely annihilate a planet, like, if he needs to. Like, he just does not care.
Yeah.
But I get the feeling that they're gonna be, because all Disney has left as far as their Star Wars IP goes is member berries. That's all they have.
Yeah.
Because when Andor came out, it was during, Andor really came out at a really bad time for it, because you had House of the Dragon that was airing.
It came out after Kenobi, I believe, didn't it? And
It came out after, and Kenobi was awful.
Kenobi broke my heart. Like, I mean, sequel trilogy broke my heart, but Kenobi just further did that. Like, they ruined another character.
I really feel like Kenobi is what killed Disney Star Wars. I really, really do. Because as much as, like, you might see hype on Twitter for Ahsoka, the reality is that there were so many people that were unbelievably angry about what they did to Obi-Wan Kenobi. And they had him fight Vader again, and just for the member berries, and it was
it was not even a good. I mean, I get into arguments with people, but it wasn't even a good fight.
It wasn't. It really wasn't.
It copied Rebels, because that's exactly what Ahsoka does to Vader in Rebels.
Mm-hmm.
That was
their own IP.
Yeah, and I liked that fight with Vader. And honestly, Ahsoka should have died against Vader.
Yeah, no, time travel.
Once that happened, and a Filoni allowing his characters to live through the original trilogy, is just like, I'm like, seriously? Because I mean, that was something that Lucas was totally against. Like, Ahsoka was originally supposed to die in the Clone Wars, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I believe Lucas wanted her to die in Order 66, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. So I think, keeping her alive for Rebels, I was okay with, but then, and I like, when season 2 ended, it ended on a note where, like, we don't know exactly what happened to her, but we do see her walking into a temple or something. We're like, what the fuck happened?
Yeah.
So,
well, now she's no longer Ahsoka the Gray. She is Ahsoka the White.
Yeah, they had to copy. They had to go swing back to Lord of the Rings. Now they had to purpose Lord of the Rings. One of the episodes. Yeah, like literally one of the episodes like quotes Lord of the Rings, quotes Gandalf himself. Only a fool's hope, or something like that. There was never really a hope, only a fool's hope, or something. One of the episodes is called A Fool's Hope. I was like, where have I heard that before? I was like, oh shit, Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. They're copying. They're trying to copy. They can't even pilfer their own crap right. They're trying to come after, like, an entirely other IP and pilfer lines from that. Like, I get mad enough when Rings of Power did that crap.
I had a question for you. Do you think Obi-Wan was heavily inspired by Gandalf?
No.
Because I'm thinking of because in the original Star Wars, Alec Guinness, it's like when they're hiding in the in the Millennium Falcon, they're coming out of the floor. It's like, what are we gonna do about the tractor beam? And Obi-Wan's like, leave it to me. He's like, damn fool, I knew you were gonna say that. And he's like, what? Who's the more foolish, the fool or the fool that follows him? And I was thinking that's something Gandalf might say.
That is some that's a very Gandalf-esque line. The thing is, I'd have to look into Lucas's inspirations as far as, like, writers and the things that he was inspired by to know for sure. But
he had, like, I was like, because there's a video there's video of him, like, he's at his desk in his office at I don't know if it's ILM or Sky or Lucasfilm or something.
Mhm.
And he's like he's at his desk. He's at this nice big desk because he's fucking George Lucas. 1994. He's like, I'm going to start writing the episode 1. And we look at his bookshelf, and he's got a whole bunch of science fiction books. He's got the Doc Smith Lensman books, which is Lensman was adapted into an anime. It's basically about space police, and I think that's where he got his idea for the Jedi being the guardians of peace and all that. And of course, I think someone else on YouTube said that. I think the because DC and Marvel like to steal stuff from better writers. They probably stole. For Green Lantern, they stole ideas from the Lensman. So, but he had the Lensman, and I'm sure he had Lord of the Rings was somewhere in that. I think Lord of the Rings was somewhere in that thing to a degree. I think.
Not to get off topic too much, but something I've been somewhat talking about on Twitter, and I haven't talked about it lately, but something that I talk about here and there. Is I am deathly afraid about War of the Rohirrim, the anime movie they have coming out.
That's supposed to come out in 2024, if I remember correctly.
Yes, and it's either 2024 or 2025. And from the latest news I've heard about it, as far as like the synopsis of the story, it's going to be another girl boss, self-filleting nonsense trash fire.
So who's
instead of
in
Amazon,
charge?
Warner Brothers.
So so it's Philippa Boyens, right? She's one of the writers of the original, Peter Jackson films.
I don't think she's writing though. I think she's producing.
Who's
writing it? I might have that wrong. I could have that wrong, but the one person I do know is Chris DeMarco is the executive producer on it, and he's been very sketchy on social media when it comes to this kind of thing. And then I was reading news reports about how it's supposed to be the story of Helm Hammerhand's daughter and her fight against the Haradrim or some such nonsense. I'm like, oh great.
Did Helm Hammerhand have a daughter? I think Helm Hammerhand was mentioned in Two Towers, right?
Yeah. Well, Helm's Deep is named after him.
Okay.
The horn of Helm Hammerhand shall sound in the deep one last time.
Yeah. Does it ever say in Tolkien's Legendarium that he had a daughter?
I can't remember about a daughter. I think I feel like I want to say yes, because they also did it in Shadow of Mordor, the Shadow of Mordor games. They had, even though those are very non-canonical, Helm Hammerhand was he was in there, and he had a daughter, and it's so it very well could be. I'd have to go back and look in the appendix, because in the appendix there's the entire House of Errol, the entire history of the Rohirrim is in the appendix. And let's see here. Boyan's daughter wrote it, completely ignores Helm Hammerhand. It's 100% made up. One cent. Yeah. That's what I figured.
So a lot of people are. I mean, so like that was the last bright light of hope,
and it's dead.
and it's dead. So I don't know.
It's dead. It's just gonna be one more thing for me to rip into. And what's cool is I do have a few friends of mine, and I'm slowly but surely getting a project started for a non-profit movie. It's the only way I'll be able to ever do it. But we're gonna try, and I'm gonna try and get my vision put into reality, even though it's gonna be super, super, super low budget. Is doing a Wuxia Tolkien film.
I was listening to you talking about wuxia. Like wuxia is the genre that you really like. It. So is it strictly Chinese, or it can be Asian? Any Asian? It's medieval cinema with mythological elements to it.
Yes. So Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Yeah, and you mentioned in your video Hero, which I need to watch. I need to watch Hero. I was going to try and watch it before the stream, but I haven't had time. So
I'll tell you what we should do is we should do a watch party for it, because I'd love to host it. because it's a fantastic movie. It's the movie I point to the most when it comes to visual storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
It's gorgeous.
So when does Hero take place? Does it take place during a particular war or conflict in China, ancient China?
It's I forget the emperor's name, but it's the emperor who ended up building the Great Wall. It's during his reign and his like conquering all of the other like empires and kind of like unifying China.
So is this Imperial? I forget this is Imperial China. I don't know. Gadfly. I know. I don't know if maybe Gadfly knows. Gadfly is in Imperial China.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's just like pre-imperial China. Like I said, it's that emperor, and he's still kind of like conquering all the other kingdoms.
Yeah.
But it's a gorgeous movie, and it's really kind of. Again, the thing is, like, I have no issue because when you read the books, even if you've seen the movies, you have an idea in your head of what you think all the characters look like, the aesthetic choices, blah, 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 just based on descriptions and this and that. And you can kind of visualize, everything. And I've never had a problem with anybody else's visual interpretation of what Middle Earth looked like. It's always been just so long as it sticks to the writing. And I think the wuxia genre would work very, very wuxia. A comment I heard on my video, or no, it wasn't on my video, it was on Twitter, but somebody was saying like, yeah, wuxia Tolkien would go hard. Like it would be really, really cool. And there's Chinese cosplayers of Tolkien that do incredible work, and they blow Amazon away. Like after the stream, I'll link you some of their stuff. It's like their costume design, I'm probably like a next to nothing budget, is out of this world. It is so good. But yeah, what I was getting to was like I have a friend of mine who is she does swordplay and also does like little low budget projects and things like that. And so I'm going to be getting with her and hopefully kind of working out some stuff, and just even if it's just messing around for a few days, just, filming some stuff and whatever the hell, we'll just see where it goes. But I definitely want to do something Tolkien oriented to prove that you don't need $1 billion,
Are you going to film in the ideal spot that you mentioned in your video, the four, that point that had all that's bordered by the 4 states? So was it Colorado, Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona?
Yes, the 4 corners, absolutely. And I already have my locations marked out. And one of the video projects I'm working on is I'm actually going to be going to those locations and doing and reading about and explaining what my screenplay would look like and where I would film and what location would be at this particular spot and this spot and this spot. And where, let's say I had Lothlorien in my story, I would have, okay, this is where I would film the Golden Wood and everything Galadriel and all this sort of stuff. I'm going to do like an in-depth, probably multi-hour long video.
Is there a good amount of forest in that area? I mean, when I think of that area, I think desert.
Well, Colorado, yes. Colorado and Utah, there's, especially if I, because it's only about a 30-minute drive for me, I can go up to Rocky Mountain National Park. And in autumn, when the aspens turn gold, it's Lothlorien, man. It really, really is. It's something out of this world. It is a surreal sight to behold. I can send you pictures. It's so gorgeous. During the 3rd century BCE, Qin Dynasty Emperor Qin Shi Huang conceived the notion of the Great Wall of Defense. Yeah, it's Hero takes place during Emperor Qin. Thank you. But no, yeah, like for instance, like I used that example of Lothlorien and the Golden Wood. That's when I would film that, is autumn in Rocky Mountain National Park, or just in a general area where there's like a ton of aspen trees, which they're everywhere around here. So, but yeah, and then like if I want to do stuff with the Haradrim or the Easterlings, I'd go south to New Mexico and Arizona, where it's just desert and rocky outcroppings and plateaus and all that sort of stuff. Definitely more.
Is that how it is in Middle Earth? You go, the further south and east you go from Mordor or something, it's all pretty much desert, wasteland.
It's
everything.
It's all. I wouldn't necessarily say wasteland, but definitely desert. Yeah, you have what was it, near Harad and far Harad, and then you have I can't remember the people. They kind of live. The Varyogs, who live in near Harad, I think it is, which is just south of Mordor. I don't have the map with me. I'm just visualizing it in my head.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's essentially just plateaus and desert, as far as the eye can see. And apparently, the stars are strange there, according to Aragorn. So,
and I think the one thing that you said in your video, I know I was listening to it on my way home from work yesterday. So forgive me.
Okay. Yeah.
I remember you said, Jesus, the thought was in my head. The thought was in the front of my head, and it just went somewhere else. I forgot what I was going to ask or bring up. I'm sorry, I forgot I was going to ask. Sorry, my bad.
It's all good. It's all good. Man, I can totally relate, man. Like, I actually feel bad because I'm not on my Tolkien A game. Like I said, I'm going on like 4 hours of sleep. I've driven honest to God, I've probably driven about 175 miles in the past 2 days. So I'm floored right now. So,
was Lord of the Rings your introduction to fantasy?
Conan. So that was another one. My dad, he introduced me to so much stuff. So my first ever introduction to fantasy was the first Conan the Barbarian with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
That's a fucking awesome movie.
Great flick.
You killed my father!
Crom laughs at the fall winds. Yeah. It's so good. And then also growing up, there was Xena Warrior Princess, Xena.
Yeah.
Xena. Hercules with
Kevin Sorbo.
Help me out. Kevin Sorbo, thank you.
Yeah.
And they
hate each other on Twitter.
Yeah. and do they really?
Yes, they do.
Oh wow.
because of political differences.
Lord.
Differences. I'm sure you can guess where Lucy Lawless stands and where Kevin Sorbo stands.
Yeah, that's a shame, man.
Yeah,
come on, y'all.
I
know. Put the politics in the back pocket. Get along, okay? Life's too short.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree.
But anyway, yeah. But that was my intro. But really, Conan, and I'll never forget seeing James Earl Jones behead somebody. I was like, oh, Joe, shit.
Yeah, what's funny is What's funny is my first experience with Conan was there was an animated show in the '90s when I was a kid, and so that was where I actually first heard of Conan, and then I heard it. Then I heard of the movie, and then I finally saw the movie, and then I didn't even notice that there were books. Robert E. Howard from the 20s and 30s wrote a whole bunch of Conan books. So I mean, his fantasy predates even Tolkien. So it's fun. It's funny because whenever I think fantasy, like you think Tolkien pretty much established like the template for an adventure fantasy epic that builds into a major epic and everything.
Yeah.
And then you don't realize that there was stuff that came out before that.
Well, what's interesting is, especially with Tolkien, I think one of the things that drew me to him. So, obviously, my dad introducing me to it and everything like that, but really getting in depth because Tolkien's big thing. One of his big things is languages and history. Those are like the two very, very large components of that fuel how Tolkien writes, why Tolkien writes, etc. And my mom is a history major who speaks fluent Hebrew, French, and Spanish. So, like, growing up in that environment where it's nothing but history and languages, and it's like, oh, like this is right up my alley. So I think there was like a natural like attraction to Tolkien's work just based on my upbringing.
The language and the history really gives the story like I'm going to quote Tom Chippy. It gives it a whole lot of depth.
Yeah, in depth. Yeah, like, and that's the thing too. Is I think that's one of the things that upsets me about Rings of Power is that there was potential there to respectfully expand on the world where both Christopher and J.R.R. Tolkien didn't have because there's only so many years you're going to live, and then you only have so much time. And there were regions of Arda that have never really been explored and given proper context and stories in to enrich the world. Mm-hmm. And you can do things with the Easterlings. You can do things with the Haradrim, the Variags, the Corsairs of Umbar, the Wayne Riders. I mean, there's the list goes on and on and on. You can do the Avari. We don't know what happened to the Avari except for none of them lived west of the Misty Mountains during the Third Age. Like, that's all we know. We know they still exist. We know they're called the Wild Elves, but like, let's expand more on this. Like, let's build this. Let's enrich this already gorgeous story. No, we got to turn Galadriel into a girl boss. We got to make Celebrimbor a senile old man. Yeah. We have to make Elrond a twink. We have to like do all. It's like,
yeah, we're like they're like. When one thing that I think the Peter Jackson films did really well is especially the elves and like all the major, all the really important characters. There was gravitas.
Yeah, like
there was the presence. There was so much gravitas with them. And then you watch the elves in freaking Rings of Power. They're not even elves. I mean, heck, the Vulcans and the Romulans from the original Star Trek had more gravitas than how they portray the elves and Rings of Power. They don't even look like elves. I don't know what the fuck they are.
Well, credit to Jackson. He like, just use an example with Galadriel. I forget what the lighting was called, but they had a special kind of lighting in for her scenes to where her eyes had like kind of, for lack of a better term, they had kind of like a sparkle to them.
Yeah.
And that is reference to the light of Valinor was still in the eyes of the Eldar when they came to Middle Earth. And so it was supposed to reference like that's still there because Galadriel saw the light of the two trees and everything like that. It's a reference to that. It's like, that's how much detail Tolkien went into. And here's the reality about Rings of Power. Amazon wanted to create their own original fantasy show, but they knew it would never get off the ground. So they slapped Lord of the Rings on it, hoping it would sell.
Oh, Jesus.
That's really the reality of it, because there is not a single thing in that show, not a single thing, apart from a few character names and location names, that is accurate to the source material. There's nothing. And people like to point out, well, they did the ring forging. It's like they did it backwards, and they got the entire premise of Sauron going and corrupting the elves of Rhegion wrong. He didn't go there and be like, hey, you guys can make an alloy, bye. No, it was like hundreds of years of him corrupting and fooling these people into creating the rings. And they did the 9 and the 7 first. Celebrimbor forged the 3 without Sauron's knowing.
Yeah.
And
I mean, is that even? Do you even think that's even adaptable? Like, because it takes, like you said, it takes place over the course of hundreds of years.
I do. I think it is. The way you'd have to do it, you'd have to do a kind of a slight time compression. Really and truly, you wouldn't. All you'd have to do is have Celebrimbor be your POV character for the whole thing. And the way that I've always said, if you're going to do a story about the forging of the Rings of Power and also the fall of Numenor, you got to do something similar to what House of the Dragon did, where you have time jumps.
Yeah.
So what I would
and with the elves, it shouldn't be a problem because they don't age.
Exactly. So what you do is you do like the first. If you're going to do 5 seasons, you do the first 3 seasons is the forging of the rings. The Fall of Eregion, and The War of the Elves and Sauron. And then the last 2 seasons, you do a time jump to Akelabeth, which is the Fall of Numenor. And the first season, you have Ar-Pharazôn take the throne. He challenges Sauron. Sauron surrenders and then goes to Valinor and begins his corruption. And then you close out the last season, season 5, with the fall of Numenor, the sinking of Numenor, and Elendil and his heirs arriving to Middle Earth. And that's where you cut it off, because that's where it would lead, even though it's not supposed to tie into the Jackson trilogy, it would lead into Isildur defeat, well, technically Elrond and Gil-galad defeat in the books. They defeat, or not Elrond and Gil-galad, Elendil and Gil-galad defeat Sauron in the books. But it would lead into that battle that you see at the beginning of Fellowship of the Ring.
Do you think the final season of Rings of Power, and they are going to make all 5 seasons, correct?
Yeah. Yes. So I was talking about this.
Do you think it's going to end with that war, how Fellowship begins with that final war, that last Battle of Elves and Men, I believe is what's called.
Yeah. The last alliance of Elves and Men, also known as the Battle of the Dagorlad, the Plains of Dagorlad. Yes, I think it's going to end with that. They're going to butcher it beyond reckoning. It's going to be horrible. Galadriel's probably going to be there. She's probably going to be the one that cuts the ring from Sauron's hand, and then Isildur is going to be Isildur is going to be the toxic man who will like crawl around like Gollum and steal the ring and usurp the throne of Gondor. It's going to be something stupid.
Destroy it.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, she's going to be the one that encourages him to destroy it, but he's a toxic male and he can't because he's a terrible person. It's like, that's exactly what they're gonna
sounds about right. That's exactly what they do. Other ideas I forgot to bring up. Obviously, Mark Clark brings up the Entwise. Would that be story worthy? Or in my case, I was going to bring up the Blue Wizards.
Yes. So, like, as far as like enriching the story, absolutely. With the Entwives, the Entwives is a very sad story.
Because if I remember correctly, they in the Lord of the Rings is all we know is that they lost them. They went somewhere and they can't find them.
And if I recall, Sauron massacred a ton of them. Yeah, it's rough. But I'm pretty sure there were still some in the Old Forest. But yeah, Sauron killed a ton of the Entwives.
In the Old Forest, so where Old Man Willow is, and Tom Bombadil and all that.
And Tom Bombadil. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. And then I believe it was, if I recall correctly, Treebeard was talking with Merry, and that's where I believe Merry was the one who gave Treebeard hope that the Entwives were still in the Old Forest, if I recall correctly.
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah, and but as far as the Blue Wizards go, that'd be a great one, especially if you want to get into like the politique of Middle Earth, because they went east and disrupted Sauron's efforts there. With the East, to some extent with the Easterlings and the Haradrim and all that. And it's like, okay, cool. We don't know much about these guys. What were their names? Shoot, I can't remember now. But
I don't think they had names. And one thing Gadfly does bring up that I forgot is that the Wizards didn't come into like the Third Age.
Yes, the Wizards did not come in until the Third Age. They were sent. They were not an old man arriving naked on an asteroid. That is not how it went down. They failed.
Is that character Gandalf, or is that character? Do you think that character is Gandalf or Saruman? Or
I get the feeling. I'll be real with you. I think they're going to retcon their original idea of making it Gandalf, because so many people got pissed off when he was like, "Remember, always follow your nose." We just pilfered Jackson. I think that they're going to retcon that, because a lot of people were ticked off. They're like, no, that's not Gandalf. That's a meth dealer. Can you not, please? And so they're going to retcon it, and they might make him a blue wizard. They might make him just old man who fell from the sky, made up original character. But
like, yeah, I mean, didn't they just like appear like? Didn't the wizards just kind of like appear in Middle Earth?
Yeah.
Like they didn't land on an asteroid or
no.
I don't know where the fuck did they get that idea from? That's stupid.
It's so stupid. So is the way that so I believe it was Kier down the shipwright who first encountered them. I could have that wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct on that. Hi, Mags.
Here.
Hey, Mags. Oh, it's like I said earlier, she's awesome. But
Yes, she is.
she's cool. But if I recall correctly, I believe they actually sailed over
From Valinor. From Valinor.
Yeah, they sailed the cosmos, got to Middle Earth, and I believe it was Kier down the shipwright who first greeted them, and the elves were the ones who were their first kind of people that they met up with. No, there was no Alatarum Palando. Thank you. Yes, Jason, you are correct. That I can't believe I forgot that. But yeah, so no, there was no arriving via asteroid or some other supernatural nonsense.
So stupid.
Oh man, it's like the creation of Mordor. It's just so stupid. Like you guys didn't have to do that.
Even fucking Legend of Zelda didn't go that far to have a keyhole in a rock and you turn the key and all of a sudden a dam appears. I mean, that would happen in the Legend of Zelda, but it didn't.
Yeah.
And you didn't. And, hey, if you're gonna do something stupid like that, at least have the Zelda jingle. You know.
Right.
Well,
have you ever seen the Rings of Power Mount Doom sequence to the Benny Hill theme?
Oh, I'm sure I have. I'm sure.
It's so good. It's like sped up. It's so great. But no,
and then the aftermath of that, like the battle was so stupid. Like the battle for that village or whatever was just dumb. Like they're holed up in a was it a fortress or something? And then
they were in like Tower Fort,
Tower Fort, and then they retreat to a village, not a town, but a village, where there's nothing protecting them, and they hide in this inn.
Yeah, and it's like I feel like in the first season, if you really want your big epic battle, right, you want to make an impact, and I felt so much nothing from that. Like, it's okay, we have the Numenorians, which this is another thing that upset me. So amongst the myriad of endless things in that show that upset me, was the Numenorians. The Numenorians in the books were these heavily armored, well-equipped, exactly, strong,
8 feet, like 7-8 feet tall or something like that. They were like, Elendil was supposed to be really big. Like, those are Chads, alpha Chads.
Yeah, Elendil the Tall, I believe he is, if I recall correctly, it's like 8 feet, 8.5, something like that. Like, he's a big boy.
Heck, he's taller. He's taller than Sir Gregor Clegane from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, Elendil's a big dude, and yeah, all so like the War of the Elves and Sauron, the only reason why that ended was because the Numenorians sailed over and smashed Sauron's forces and kicked him out of Eriador, which is the continent where like Lindon and Rivendell and all that is.
Okay.
The
Shire.
The Shire, yeah,
too?
exactly.
Yeah,
Shire's there, Breeze there, all that sort of stuff. It's pretty much Western Middle Earth. The Numenorians sail over, kick him out. Fast forward, Ar-Pharazôn, after Sauron decides to build back up his forces, he shows up with his army of Numenorians, and it's the only time that you have ever seen the forces of evil abandon their master. Like, literally, the orcs and the Nazgul, they all noped out and left Sauron by himself.
The Nazgul left Sauron, really?
They all left him. They pretty much just they fled. They all fled. The forces of evil fled away from the Numenorians because of how insanely strong they were at that point. They didn't have the forces of Mordor didn't have a chance.
I got a question. If Jackson ever adapted the Numenorians, would they have the same equivalent gravitas and presence that the elves would have, or maybe almost equivalent?
Well, he kind of did in a way. So if you remember the prologue, Fellowship of the Ring, all of those men that were in that battle were the exiles of Numenor.
Yeah.
After Numenor fell. So what you really are seeing is kind of the last image of the glory that was Numenor in that battle.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I think they'd have the same gravitas and they'd carry themselves in a very, very similar way to how Jackson portrays the elves.
Okay.
What I will say, but going back to Rings of Power, they turned the Numenorian military force into this sniveling group of recruits.
Boys, it was just
Boys.
as a critical drinker put it, they're just a bunch of young pups.
Yeah, they're young pups, and the Numenorians were not. The Numenorians are descendants of the Edain, who fought against Morgoth and aided the elves.
Yeah.
All these guys have known is war, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I mean,
and seeing that sequence, if you can call it a sequence, where Galadriel, or sorry, I'm sorry, I take responsibility. Galadriel, shows them a thing or two.
Oh, well,
you know what I'm talking about, right? Of course you do.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I know exactly which scene you're talking about. It makes me cringe every time.
Or not as much as when she throws these guys that are like three times her height into the cell. I don't know if there was the same episode.
I forgot. Oh shit, I forgot about that. Oh, that was so
sorry.
bad.
I'm reopening old wounds. My bad.
Old wounds. They still haven't healed. No, the one that I think was actually the worst was during that aforementioned battle, where she literally like slides off of her saddle sideways and cuts an orc in half at full gallop. You need to see it. If you don't remember it, you need to see it again. Yeah, literally, she like pivots on her saddle sideways and does like a twist and cuts an orc like clean in two. Like the orc like essentially explodes. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I think I do remember that, and yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. To do that. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Was hey, elves can do that because we saw Legolas kind of swing onto a horse in the Two Towers. You know what I'm talking about, right? Remember how
he broke physics? Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's exactly what it was. And as far as member berries go in that show, yeah, shoot the horse.
Did I ever show you Nathan made that very beautiful picture of Galadriel on horse? She's riding the horse. I think it was episode 3, and she's like this.
Yeah, the very awkward smile. Yeah.
So I recreated that, and Nathan put my head on. Galadriel, and it's it's actually one of my emojis. It's if you go into my emojis, it should be there. But I call it Chillporeal.
The Chillporeal. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. All right. I dig it. That. Oh man, that.
I'll have to see if I can find it. I'll have to go into Discord or something. But it's somewhere. It's somewhere in my. Thing in my. my files.
I don't want to be mean to Morphid Clark because she's not a bad looking woman at all. But I don't think they did her any favors with that scene by like slowing it down to like 0.25 and having her like a consistent zoom in on her face while she has an awkward grin and she's riding a horse. Like I just didn't the way they that's less on the actress. That's less on anything else and more just like who the hell directed that was like, no, that looks awkward.
I found it.
Did you?
I did.
All right, let's see this. I gotta see this.
All right, invite. Let's see. I'm gonna click on this. Not invite. Present. Share screen.
Okay.
Window. Here we go. And here it is. The Nerdporeal cosplay. And this is before I was wearing my hat, so I'm a bald fuck. Yeah, so that's and what's funny is I think this is an improvement right here too. So,
Oh, that's great. I love.
yeah, I was making that face, and then Nathan just put this one together. Everybody subscribe to a man of Manethrin.
Oh yeah, no doubt. That is glorious. Oh man, you're gonna have to DM me that later. I might have to I might have to use that.
Oh no, yeah, okay. I'll send it to you on. I'll have to send it to you on Twitter or something.
Oh, that is glorious. Oh my goodness. But yeah, no. I think I believe it was you guys were in a stream. You guys were talking about because just seeing that picture reminded me. I forget it was White Cloaks or what it was, but you guys were talking about how they repurposed costumes from Wheel of Time for Rings of Power.
Oh, it was Prophets. It was Prophets channel. The unhype.
Yeah.
They one of the Sean Chan in season 2 is wearing Hector's outfit from Troy.
Oh wow!
And I don't know where I don't have the picture.
You're good.
But there was that, and then one of the other costumes that they stole from was the Council of what's the name of the planet in Superman, Krypton. One of the councilmen in Krypton had a costume, and they stole from that too. So they stole from Man of Steel.
Good grief! I
did not have an eye for that. I don't know if it was, I forget if it was Steve that found it, Prophet of the Dragon, or Salty, but
that's just
they're reusing shit.
Well, and you know what? I don't put anything past them because so I don't know if you've ever seen it. I can't pull it up on mobile, but the original, I'll send it to you later. The original design that I feel really bad for the people that actually did the artwork and concept work for Rings of Power, because there was some stuff in there that's really, really cool looking. And they had a original design for the Balrog.
Oh.
And it's bitchin'. It's so cool looking. It's somewhat similar to the Jackson one in that it has the horns, but the mouth isn't way more animalistic. There's teeth and fangs, and it's really, really cool looking. And instead of using that original super, super cool looking Balrog, they opted just to pilfer Jackson and stole his design. And not the Balrog shouldn't even be awake anyway. And that's another thing they screwed up. How the Balrog woke up. It wasn't because a stupid leaf fell in his bedroom, okay? That's not how it went down. The dwarves got greedy, and they ended up busting in on his house and really ticked him off, and then he ended up killing a whole bunch of dwarves, and the dwarves fled Moria. It wasn't a golden leaf that fell and was burnt.
So Salty sent me these on Twitter. So yeah, so this is from Wheel of Time, and of course, obviously, this is Troy. This is they just looks like they just painted over. They painted this.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's lazy. Why? Oh, that's
yes.
That's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Okay, I was wrong. Not Sean Chan. That's obviously the Amerlin seat right here. The Aes Sedai, the head Aes Sedai. So these, I guess, these are servants of the Aes Sedai or something. Amerlin. So there you go.
Come on, Amazon. That's pitiful.
You're wondering, where did this? What was the budget for season 2? 120 million for 8 episodes. Where did that money go? Rafe, where did that money go?
120 million. Rings of Power, you're looking at double that. It's ugh. Yeah. It's the same thing. I think somebody else. Well, talk about laziness. Do you remember when as far as Rings? I don't know if they did the same thing with Wheel of Time, but when they had crowd shots, people were copy pasted in the same outfits.
Oh no, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Oh yeah, in Rings of Power they did it. So it's when the original character, who Don Lemonloss, he
I know what you're talking about.
The chick who he falls in love with, she's doing a speech, and the crowd that's in front of them.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember
it's all
now.
Copy pasted. It's like the same 3 or 4 people, and they're wearing the same outfits, and they're just copy pasted everywhere. And it's like, come on.
I remember that too. I remember that. I forget who I was listening to. Maybe it was, I don't know, was it Disparu? I'm trying to remember who I was listening to that talked about that. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's insane. It's
like, this is $250 million or $200 million on production. Really? Are you sure about that?
I wonder where'd that money go? Clean taxable income, huh?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's why I say my Wheel of Time. That's why I say my Wheel of Time season 2 is a great video. And of course, when I say clean taxable income, of course I have to show a clip of Saul Goodman from Breaking Bad, or actually Better Call Saul, but
right.
So
well, here's where I have to throw a little bit of shade at some people.
Bronwyn.
Bronwyn, yeah, that's her name. Anyway, there is a without naming names, there is a YouTube quote unquote Tolkien news source, and they were talking about how season 3 they've been Amazon's been given the internal green light for season 3 of Rings of Power. And it's like, well, and they were trying to like generate hype with that, and I posted up a tweet about it. I said, they're contractually obligated to finish this show.
Yeah.
And contractually obligated to spend the $1 billion or 1.5 billion or however much that they agreed to. That's a commitment they made. Like, so any and all announcements you see about, this season's been renewed, it's purely to drum up hype, because even if, so you know how they only had a 37% viewer retention rate domestically?
Mm-hmm.
Even if that number drops to 1%, they still have to complete the show. Because it's either that, or they have to pay out that remaining balance to the Tolkien estate, because that's what they agreed to.
Oh shit! They have to do something. Yeah,
it's that they have to create something. If they're going to spend their money, they might as well create something, even if it's god awful.
There was a case like that with Wheel of Time. I forget what it's called, but maybe Salty or Nathan, they could. But there was a point where like this one company had the rights to the Wheel of Time, and they didn't do anything with it, and they had to make something, and so they made it. It was based off of the prologue of the first book, and it was shit. It was complete shit. And the wife of Robert Jordan, criticized it, and she got sued for it. So that's the reason why she can't really say anything now about the Wheel of Time series. So, but going back to Rings of Power, I was going to ask you. There were a few things I did want to ask you. So, are they done with season 2? Like, did they finish filming season 2?
They finished filming season 2. It was actually during the writer's strike. I was a little confused. They ended up going back for some ADR. During the writer's strike, which I thought an actor's strike, which I thought was really peculiar. But apparently there's some sort of different deal with British actors specifically. They're a part of a whole different thing.
Different union.
Yeah. So and that wasn't a part of the strike at all. So they're going to go. They went back for their ADR. It's finished filming. I'm guessing we're probably going to get another Super Bowl trailer. That's probably when they're going to do the big trailer announcement deal for it.
Is it confirmed for 2024 or is it 2025?
Yeah, it's 2024. It's probably going to be the exact same September release date that they did last time.
It'll be hilarious if House of the Dragon season 2 coincides once again with Rings of Power.
That's the going theory, is that HBO, the guys at the studios at HBO, are waiting until Rings of Power gives an official date. And then once they do, that's when they're going to announce the date for House of the Dragon to coincide with it, so that they can beat them in round 2.
Yeah, that was a poor bastard. Prophet covered Rings of Power, and I covered House of the Dragon. So I got the better end of that deal.
Are you guys gonna? Are you? You know what? Just to be fair, you guys should swap for season 2. Okay.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yes.
I am not
Yes.
doing that. I am not
Okay.
doing
Listen.
that.
Hold on. Hold on. You should. That is fair. The High King has spoken. Okay. I'm telling you.
But like, yeah, because I enjoyed House of the Dragon quite a bit. It looked awesome, and I mean, it wasn't the best, but it was better than it was the best fantasy.
Well, I'll tell you. You know what's interesting about it is the showrunners for that show, if I recall correctly, they were fired by Amazon prior to Rings of Power.
Who Payne and McKay?
No. So the showrunners for House of the Dragon originally worked for Amazon, and they got canned by Jennifer Salk. And so they went over to HBO and started working on House of the Dragon.
Oh yeah, Ryan Condal. I think he was the one that proposed the Conan show, and then because the Conan show is problematic, you know, from Jennifer. In my video, I call her Yennefer Salty, and Salty in the chat disavows her. So, that's why I call her now Yennefer Salty.
Yeah, they were supposed to do the Conan show, and they probably would have done Rings of Power too. But yeah, she fired them, and so they went over to HBO and made House of the Dragon. Yeah,
so Ryan Condal and Miguel Sapochnik. If you don't know, Miguel Sapochnik is he directed Hard Home, which was the awesome season 5 episode of Game of Thrones where the Night King does this and all.
Yeah,
that was terrifying and awesome. And he did the Battle of the Bastards, and he did Winds of Winter, which was the finale for season 6. That was the one where you've seen Game of Thrones, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. And that's pretty much where it stopped. After that, after season 6, and season 6 seasons 5 and 6 had their problems. Like, I'm not going to say they were perfect, but season 6's ending was awesome. Like it was a payoff I didn't expect to see.
I think it just because it was so bad. Season 8 just sticks in my mind.
Season 8 started okay. I thought the first episode was solid. Second episode, was the Eva battle. They were singing. I was like, you know what, this is cool.
3,
I'm okay with it. And then
3 was where it went to.
3, I was just like, what the fuck is this? We can't see anything, and B, in my mind, I didn't think they were going to win that battle. I thought they were going to have to flee.
Yeah,
initially, and then they'd have to regroup at King's Landing.
I heard like somebody propose like an alternate deal with that, where in order to like just generate more spookiness and like kind of give like more gravitas to the Night King, and their idea was have the Night King be smart and totally avoid Winterfell. And so everybody in Winterfell is confused. They're like, we prepared for this battle. What's going on? Where's the Night King? Blah, blah, blah. And then you cut to scene where King's Landing is suddenly like covered in ice and snow and everything like that. And the Night King has actually, without their knowledge, gone to King's Landing and annihilated the whole place.
And it would have been Cersei's decision biting her in the ass.
Exactly. It would tie in with that. Exactly.
Yeah. So you know what the show season 8 proved? It proved Cersei was right to do what she did.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, you could have like a cool cinematic too, where like you have the undead dragon land on top of the Red Keep at King's Landing and just blast fire down on that. That would have been so cool. Like, come on now. And then like you could have reaction shots at the news from various different characters, like Tyrion, Jaime, Jon Snow, so on and so forth. And then you really get into I don't think I understand George R.R. Martin said that he was going to make Daenerys turn like crazy, but I kind of feel like in the hypothetical that we're talking about right now, they might have been able to do it in a better way. Because what I'm thinking, where my brain is going is, you have nope, I'm getting a phone call for some reason. Are you still there?
You gonna answer?
No.
Oh, Red Letter Media and answer while you're on stream. Hey, I'm on
No, I'm
stream
not.
with Nerdporeal.
I'm not gonna do that. I don't know who that was that was calling me, but
Even better, wrong number.
right. What I was gonna say though is, well, if it's important, they'll text me. They stupid phone call. I lost my train of thought. You could have it be where like her Daenerys's goal was the Iron Throne.
Yeah.
And the Night King taking and destroying King's Landing has taken that away from her. It's no longer possible.
Correct. Yeah.
And that could drive her a bit mental. Like she's, oh my goodness. No, I'm busy. Stupid person trying to call me. I don't, seriously, if it's important, text me. In any event, what was I gonna say is yeah, and like she could go mental from that, like, oh man, the Night King took my throne, blah 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 blah. We're gonna go bananas and just kill all the undead and everything. Like there's so many different things they could have done, and what they did with it was just terrible.
Yeah, so it's just like it was just over the course of a single episode that all of a sudden she went mad. Like there was nothing really, building to it.
Right.
In the one thing that we learned, I don't know if you've read the books, but in the her final chapter in Dance with Dragons, which is the last time we see her, because George still is not written or still is not published Winds of Winter. Like her brother Viserys, even though he's been dead, he was crowned with molten gold by Khal Drogo. He still lives rent free in her head because of all the years of abuse she suffered under him. Yeah. And I don't know if that's like, because in the books, like there's very little that would indicate that she goes mad. At least that I can see. Maybe Gadfly's read the books too. Maybe he remembers it better than I do. But like I know one thing I do know is that in Winds of Winter things were going to get rough with her, or like she was going to get more ruthless. So I was thinking ruthless in the way that she was in Storm of Swords in the third season, when she kind of takes those dragons and all that from the slavers and all that. I thought that was awesome. So I don't know how like they would. I don't know how she would turn, because honestly, how I honestly thought the show was going to end with her marrying Jon Snow, because they kept alluding to that in season 7. I thought they were going to have a kid and she's going to probably die in childbirth or something.
Yeah,
and it would have been that type of bittersweet type of ending.
You run into a few plot problems with that. Number one, they'd never addressed the incest angle of that.
That's true.
The other thing is too, what was it, season 2, where that witch cursed her never to have children?
Yeah, Mary Mazdor,
something like that.
But it was just, I think what season 8 say? Like Jon Snow's like, well, she just said these things to you. Is it true? How do you know she's not making shit up?
Yeah. Right. So. But definitely because her brother is the father of Jon Snow, so that would be her nephew.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. R plus L equals J. Shit, I forgot.
Even when, here's the thing: in the show, they slept together. So, yeah, but they never address it. They never, even after Jon Snow finds out, he's just kind of like, I don't want to kiss my aunt. Ugh.
Yeah, and then after that, the only reason why Sam, because it was Bran that tells Sam about Jon Snow, and then Sam tells Jon, is just that led to nothing except for Daenerys going mad, or Daenerys doing what she did, and that was it. There was no other purpose. Like, Jon didn't become king, and it didn't really. There was very little consequence from us learning that.
Right.
And I think the only reason why Sam did that was because Sam found out that she had her father and his brother, who was aged up. In the books, his brother's a little kid. Daenerys kills them in season 7. She's like, either bow to me or burn. And Randall Tarley's like, fuck you, I'm not bowing to you. and they both burn. Him and his son burn, and then the rest of the men just kneel right away.
Yeah.
I mean, shit. I mean, I'd kneel too. Fuck. I'm not gonna burn for anybody.
Oh, okay. Now I know what the phone call was about. Oh, okay, cool. It was actually about the internet connection, the aforementioned one earlier that I was panicking.
Oh, that you were worried about? Okay.
Yeah, I get a text 2 hours later. Oh, here's where the thingy is. Okay, I've been on stream for 2 hours. It's all good. Oh man. Oh goodness.
But yeah, the other question I had for you is because I know you're really obviously everyone knows you're very active on Twitter or X or whatever, wherever the fuck it's called. Like,
yeah.
I got a question. Have any of the bigger channels soured on the Rings of Power? Like, I was watching a video and it seems like Nerd of the Rings kind of soured on them, or did they?
Yes. Yes. So here's the thing with Nerd of the Rings. Okay. From the man knows his Tolkien lore. I'm not going to take that away from him. He definitely knows his stuff. Where he messed up was, so every single review when the show came out, every single review that was in any way positive got ratioed into the void. I mean, like they got obliterated. It was like the like-dislike ratio wasn't even fair. And Nerd of the Rings was one of those people who was, if I recall correctly, he was invited by Amazon for the screening and given the wine and dine treatment and all this other sort of stuff. And then once all that was over and he had already put out his episode by episode reviews, I think it was like a month or so after, he came out with his quote unquote honest review, which a lot of people took as him trying to save face with the Tolkien fandom after praising that abomination. They were like, you're talking out of both sides of your face. It was just a month ago you were praising the snot out of the show, and now you're coming back and being like, well, here's my true thoughts about it.
Yeah.
And then you have Fellowship of Fans who they hate me.
They well, I mean, Salty was in their chats arguing with them, and I think they've doubled down. I know them and One Ring. I think OneRing.net has doubled down too.
No self-respecting Tolkien fan gives a damn about what OneRing.net has to say. It's all about OneRing.com.
OneRing.com.
OneRing.com. Shout out OneRing.com. My dude over there, you're awesome. Keep up the good work. Him, Middle Earth Mixer, and
what about Men of the West? What about Men of the West?
I like Men of the West. Men of the West. Also known as Yoiston. He is an incredibly kind individual. Sometimes I think he's too kind. He tends to try and stay out of all the BS. So like all the crap slinging back and forth between the Tolkien fans and the Rings of Power fans, he stays away from that. He just legitimately just wants to talk about Tolkien. That's all he wants.
Yeah.
And I know when the show aired, when it came to him, when the show aired, he was really trying to give it the benefit of the doubt. And I think it was the Mordor key and explosion and all that episode that broke him, because I'm pretty sure it was episode 6 where he finally just lost his mind and started chewing the show out. But he seems like a very genuine person. And he's nicer than a lot of us, but he's in the same boat with us as far as the show is concerned, where it's just like this was terrible.
I like In Deep Deep. We're not going to say anything bad about him. I like In Deep Deep quite a bit. Have you ever listened to In Deep Deep? I love his lore. I love his lore videos for Song of Ice and Fire.
The person I always like to shout out, and y'all in the chat, go subscribe to her right now because her content is really, really good. Her name is Girl Next Gondor. She does lore videos.
Girl Next Gondor. Nice.
Girl Next Gondor. She is spectacular in her stuff. Like she actually did she did a Feanorian apologetics video where it was like, was Feanor really that bad, or is the history of Middle Earth pure anti-Feanor propaganda? And I was like, oh, this is right up my alley. Oh, this is so cool. And she actually dealt, like with that video in particular, she like used the lore as she was very, very respectful of it. And she's like, well, here's this thing and this thing and this thing. And well, the Valar really didn't like Feanor anyway. It's entirely possible that the Telerae were told not to give Feanor those ships, knowing that Feanor would lose his mind and, all this sort of stuff. Like, she really digs in. So I have to, thank you, Dempsey. Yeah, Girl Next Gondor, go.
I just subscribed. So
yeah, subscribe to her. She's cool. Me and her have never spoken ever. But I really, really enjoy her content, and she is criminally undersubbed. So she's at
20K right now. So it seems like she does a lot of lore videos.
Oh yeah. She's good. Real, real good. And the way she breaks it down is very easily digestible. So like for anybody who's not initiated, so to speak, into Tolkien, she does a fantastic job. So yeah, highly recommend her. Do not recommend Fellowship of Fans. We're arch enemies, man. Like, I'm not even kidding. They really don't like me at all.
Like how have you interacted with them? Like have you like just been in their chats or something, and they just
So it's a funny thing, really. So one of the members of Fellowship of Fans is named Varking Runesong. He's always LARPing as a dwarf.
Okay.
And when the show came out, me and him were at each other's throats about the show. Like it got nasty. And
like, what was he given, like just strawman defenses or something?
Heaps of praise, and then when I came in to put the show on blast, it turned into less of actually talking about the show and its quality or lack thereof, and it came more of like just a genuine personal fight.
Oh,
and what ended up happening was, I think it was like a month and a half, 2 months passed, and I noticed that he had unblocked me, and I felt kind of bad about how things went down. And even if I was like, you know what, even if he does like Rings of Power, I felt like I had behaved wrong. So I put out a public tweet saying, hey, look, these things happen with Varking Runesaga Fellowship of Fans. I just want, because all this stuff happened publicly, I want to put out a public apology to him, this, that, and the other. And he returned in kind. And so we started chatting, and I was in their chat rooms on their videos, and, I was just talking Middle Earth, everything like that. Everything was cool. And then the news came out where Ismael Cruz Cordova, the guy who plays Don Lemonloss in Rings of Power, he came out and said that he faced rampant racist abuse.
Oh boy.
And
yeah, I remember that.
And I posted up a tweet, or no, it was a reply to that Fellowship of Fans post about it, and I said, all I want to see is evidence. Okay, because this really seems like a PR stunt because of how poorly the show was received. And like, as soon as
Star Wars did it, Star Wars did it with Kenobi, with what's her name, with Reva.
Yeah, just give us some kind of evidence, okay? Just because somebody says something, if I say Nerdporeal violated me at a cocktail party one night, people are gonna want to know, hey, do you have evidence of that, please? Like, come on now, Oh no, but no, Nerdporeal did not do that, guys. I'm using that as a you shouldn't toast that. It's the thing, but no, people are gonna want
water.
Yeah, drink the water. Drink the Kool-Aid. Eat the pudding pop. Oh Lord, this stream took a hard left.
Well, speaking of hard stuff, right here, I'm gonna drink some more scotch.
Oh, there you go. But no, but long story short, if you make an accusation like that, you need to provide evidence. I don't care who you are, what you belong to. If you make a public accusation that you faced abuse like that, first of all, I want to see it so that I can go after the person who said those things to you. That's number one, first and foremost. Like, I don't care how much I dislike your show. You shouldn't be targeted for your skin color. Period.
Absolutely
like that's inexcusable. So show me the evidence. Fellowship of Fans got pissed off with me saying that.
So you should believe all.
You're devaluing his experience of racist abuse, blah 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 blah.
Assuming there is
experience
of that.
They accused
that's
me
what's in question.
Exactly. They accused me of hijacking their Twitter posts. I said one little thing where I just said, I want evidence, please.
Mm-hmm.
I hijacked their Twitter post. I was a parasite in the Tolkien community, this, that, and the other, all sorts of really nasty stuff that I did not deserve at all. And I said, okay, fine. You guys want to play this game? We can do that. And ever since then, we've been at each other's throats. The people that I said, who I was trying to be polite and not mention their name, the people who were saying, oh, well, this season 3's been renewed, guys. It's been renewed, all the hype. That was them. That was Fellowship of Fans who were trying to drum up hype for the show. And it's like, guys, they're contractually obligated to do that. That's, And if you go in their quote tweets, it's hilarious. You go in their quote tweets, and it's literally people saying, "You guys are being idiots. It's like a foregone conclusion. We're going to get all 5 seasons. What are you doing?"
It's just like for me. I mean, my channel's been around for 2.5 years. I really started streaming like maybe a year and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I've started forming relationships with a whole bunch of people, and I'm still. I mean, that's part of what I define what it means to be Nerdporeal. I'll have to make some more lore. I'm gonna have to make a Nerdporeal lore video, a word that I completely made up for my channel. So,
right.
But like me doing these Chillporeal things is part of building relationships with other content creators or other people on YouTube or other people on social media who know what they're talking about. I feel I think you're probably the biggest expert in Tolkien. Maybe you and Gadfly. And maybe Nathan.
You're giving me too much credit. I appreciate it. You're giving me too much credit. I know my lore, but there's people that go. I think I like to think that I get in depth, but there are people that get more in depth than I do, which is why I like to with Girl Next Gondor. I like to plug them. I like to give them some love because they do it in a more. I'm definitely more of a firebrand type where I'm like a raw nerve where it's like I'm just going to say things the way that they are.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas you have people who are much, much better at explaining things. I'm not exactly the greatest orator in the world. So
neither am I.
So like those people exist out there though that I like to point people in the direction of who know the lore just as much, if not more so than I do, but they're able to explain it better. Whereas me knowing the lore, I can push back against Amazon and Rings of Power fans and all that other sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want me to break down the Silmarillion chapter by chapter, which I'm loving what me and Lady Bellfire and the rest of that crew are doing on those streams. But I find myself sometimes stumbling over my own words. I maybe it's just because I'm not used to streaming. I don't know exactly what the problem is, but I appreciate the compliment. But there's definitely people that do this that are better than I am.
Yeah, I mean it's like Qui-Gon says in The Phantom Menace. There's always a bigger fish. So yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like to think I'm the biggest. Sometimes I like to think I'm the biggest, most knowledgeable Star Trek fan. I'm not. Yeah. I'm not, and that's okay.
Right. It's there's a love and a passion there though, that that kind of fuels. Just speaking for myself, that kind of fuels me. Where it's like I might stumble every once in a while. I might get something wrong, like the Sam thing earlier. That was more foggy brain than anything. That was more sleep deprived brain. But I might get something wrong and I might stumble every once in a while, but I do have a passion for Tolkien's works, and that's gonna carry me through. And that's when I get angry on Twitter at Rings of Power fans who are trying to inject their own socio-political stuff into the lore where it doesn't belong. I think that one of the main reasons I get so amped up about that stuff is because of the passion that I have for his work. It's like, guys, leave it well enough alone. Like, You don't need to put in your sensibilities into a work that is supposed to be enjoyed universally by everybody, without having to change it. But see, this is me. I'm rambling. I'm going off on a tangent. It's leading to nowhere.
But you're right. I mean, people are. It's like they're changing this because they don't feel they can relate, or they don't connect with it, which is strange because the stuff that Tolkien wrote is supposed to be, in my opinion, it's timeless. It can be connected to anybody in any time.
Well, the thing that I think it was Jason in the chat who was like, Sam's not bisexual type deal.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, correct, number one. Number two, the experience of a romantic relationship, being romantically involved, in love with somebody, okay? This is a universal thing, regardless of whether you're gay or straight.
Mm-hmm.
You have those feelings of affection for another human being.
Yeah.
And Tolkien has that in that writing. So even though Tolkien's characters are straight, if you are a gay person, you can still empathize with the love and affection that is shown between couples in Tolkien's story.
Yes.
And without having to try and subvert it and make characters gay in your own headcanon. You don't need to do that. I
mean, like, I'm gonna go on a little bit of a tangent myself, but like, I made a Wheel of Time season 2 video, or actually an opening credits, and I used the Golden Girls because Prophet of the Dragon's Son said this is like an episode of the Golden Girls where they're just older characters sitting around tables talking about shit. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I was reading up on the history of the Golden Girls, the actual, the 80s sitcom, which is something my grandmother used to watch all the time. My mom and my grandmother used to watch all the time when they were babysitting me, because I was a wee lad in the late 80s. But it was really popular with homosexual men, in particular, because of that timeless nature of friendship, which is what the Golden Girls was all about. And so, like, but they didn't need to change the Golden Girls, make them gay. I mean, they talked about those issues on the sitcom, on the show at a few points, but they didn't have to change the characters for homosexual men and women to, what do you call it? To kind of see themselves in. I mean, you can see yourself in another character. It doesn't have to look like you, which is the dumbest thing that modern shows and decisions are doing. It's just stupid.
Well, a great kind of like the opposite example of this that I would like to point to. Have you seen the show Arcane on Netflix?
I have not. That's based off of League of Legends, right?
Yes. So the two characters, Vi and Caitlyn, okay, it's hinted at that they are going. Give me just a moment. Hey,
that's all right.
No, I just don't.
The doggo.
The doggo, yeah. But anyway, Vi and Caitlyn, it's insinuated in the show that they're going to be in a romantic relationship, right? And they're both women, and the way they do it is actually really, really, really nice. It's not like a shove it in your face and Russia type deal. It's a nice slow burn, and it fuels their character development. But there's aspects of their relationship. It's like, oh, I can relate to that with me and my missus. I can relate to this with me and my missus. It's me and my missus. We're in a straight heterosexual relationship. I can still relate to it. I don't need to be gay in order to relate to this.
Yeah.
I don't need to be. I do not need to be a lesbian to relate to this. Like, I can relate to this because I'm a human being who is in love with another person.
Yeah.
Period. I don't need to call up Netflix and be like, listen, there is not enough straight heterosexual representation. I do not see myself in Arcane. Okay. I don't see myself, and I need to see myself. I need you to make Vi a man. Okay. We need heterosexual. No, I don't need to do that, because I can simply just relate to the characters in the story, because they're human. And they experience human emotions. people that are so absorbed with that stuff, I just think their lives must be pretty damned empty. Like
Never
and hollow.
Yeah, just like or what was the C.S. Lewis quote that Gaff like put in earlier about not having like real friends or something, that you have to imagine people, imagine characters who are bonding, who love each other in a more platonic brotherly way, as opposed to like it's not always going to be an erotic type of love. That's when two men or two women love each other, it's crazy. So
exactly. And it comes across as very, very, it's the same thing as like when people say, well, there's not enough those who cannot conceive of friendship as a substantive love, but only as a disguise or elaboration of eros, betray the fact that they have never had a friend. Yeah, it's so true.
It's sad.
It's sad. And it just really shows it's the same thing with like the racial component. I've said 100 times, I wouldn't care, even though it might look a bit odd, I wouldn't care if the entire Lord of the Rings of Power cast was black, so long as the substance, the writing of it was good. I wouldn't care. Like that kind of superficial stuff doesn't bother me.
Would you watch? Would you watch? Didn't they make an Indian version of Lord of the Rings?
I thought they did a Russian one. I'd have to look and see if they did an Indian one. I'm not too sure.
But there's another thing. There's Indian movie. There's any Indian historical. I don't know if they're fantasy, but there's a few Indian movies I want to see that have been recommended. RRR is one of them. I don't know if you've heard of that one.
I have heard of that one. I haven't seen it yet, though.
Yeah, so neither have I, but it's been recommended, and they're good compared to what Hollywood's been producing. Like real heroes and real stakes and real brotherly stuff. And it's an all Indian cast, and you know what? I'd be okay. I mean Kurosawa. I don't know if you're familiar with Kurosawa, but he's made period pieces based off of Shakespeare. Like
Kurosawa did Seven Samurai, didn't he?
He did Seven Samurai. He did Yojimbo, which was made in Italy as Fistful of Dollars with Clint Eastwood, of course.
Great film.
That was a great. Yeah, I agree. But he made a few movies based off of Shakespeare plays. So, Throne of Blood is one takes place entirely in Japan. I don't know if it's during the Edo era, but that's based off of Macbeth. And then he made another one in the 80s called Ron, and that was based off of King Lear. And the Ron movie is pretty, like, it's insane. Like there's the battle is insane. Like the actor has arrows flying past his face. Like you're like, shit, like how, like, dude, like that's not safe.
Right.
So, but that's definitely a movie I'd recommend. Ron. That it was 1985. It was one of his later movies. But yeah, like there's a lot of good entertainment. Like, would you watch a Korean, would you watch a Korean Lord of the Rings or fantasy that was true?
Well, I brought the wuxia thing. I'd watch the Chinese wuxia Lord of the Rings gladly. I'd watch a Korean one. I'd watch a Japanese one. Like it wouldn't. The racial component means absolutely nothing to me. I find race to be a completely superficial, meaningless thing. It's really skin deep. We all bleed red.
I got my notebook here. You have to write down some. Okay, so Hero was one movie that you recommended. So Wuxia, I'm going to write down Wuxia movies right here. So Hero was one with Jet Li, right? That one. Jet Li.
Heroes with Jet Li. These are all actually going to be by the same director.
Who's the the director's name?
Zhang Yimou. ZhangYimou. And he did Hero, Shadow. Another favorite of mine is Curse of the Golden Flower.
Curse of the Golden Flower. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So these like martial arts films too, or
yeah.
They do Crouching Tiger, or was that someone else?
He did not do Crouching Tiger. But he did. House of Flying Daggers. Yes, dog. We know you're here. We've heard you barking all night long. Yes, I know. You're super excited. You're a good boy. Okay.
House of the Flying Daggers was the last one.
House of Flying Daggers. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
House of Flying Daggers.
And he has one. I haven't seen it yet, but he did a period piece on World War II during the Nanking Massacre.
Okay.
And it stars Christian Bale, and he plays a guy pretending to be a priest who helps save a bunch of Chinese people from the massacre. I've heard it's really, really good. I can't remember what the name of the movie is, though.
Okay, I'll have to look into. I'll have to. So Nanking Massacre.
Yeah, you can just look up Zhang Yimou's filmography, and it'll pull up all that sort of stuff on IMDb. Yeah, he does from a visual. He's like I said, Hero is the one I point to the most for visual storytelling. He's incredibly good at it.
Okay. I've seen Hero. I've seen it like displayed in video stores. I've seen it. I tried to watch it earlier today, and it's the only way to watch is if you rent it on Amazon. I'm not going to do that.
Right. Yeah, Gadfly saying Golden Flower is a crazy cool movie. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's really, 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 really good.
So you said these are all like war movies, period pieces with some mythological elements. I forget. Is that what makes a Wuxia movie?
Yeah, the Wuxia movie. Yeah, and it's also like kind of like over the top martial arts stuff. Like you have like
because I remember Crouching Tiger. They're practically like flying. They're flying and kicking and like and all that. And I was just like, I had a hard time suspending. I was a kid because I was getting into Bruce Lee at the time. So we rent Crouching Tiger. I tried to watch it. I was like, what the hell is this? And I turned it off. I never tried to watch it again. So yeah, that's on me. Yeah, my bad. But you go from Bruce Lee to that. So
just to give you an idea how much effort's put in these movies. So Donnie Yen and Jet Li have a sword fight in the movie Hero. It's roughly a total amount of time for the entire scene is about 7 to 8 minutes. They spent 21 days filming that one scene to get it as good as possible. Like as close to like perfect as they could.
7 to 8 minutes, and you said it was a sword. It was a
sword fight.
Okay.
Sword fight, and they spent 21 days filming that one sword fight.
Wow.
And then you look at Rings of Power, who did the little Galadriel training, spinning, whatever the hell, and that, if I recall, they finished that in 1 day.
You're like, what the fuck happened to choreography? What the fuck happened?
It's dead.
like you brought up the I forget what was his name, Nick Mallard, that did the prequel, that did the prequel trilogy. What the fuck happened to him? Did he retire or something? Is that what happened?
I actually think they brought him in for Ahsoka, which blew my mind because Ahsoka's choreography is piss. But
I mean, the one thing that looked good was Anakin. Anakin's the way Anakin
looks
moved
solid.
was
He has Hayden Christensen hasn't missed a beat with the saber play.
I totally agree.
But I think it was Az from Heel versus Babyface who made an excellent point. He said having Hayden Christensen there to sword fight Rosario Dawson as Ahsoka really made Ahsoka look bad.
Yes.
Because she was blatantly outclassed, not just in the sense of in universe, but also outclassed as an actor on the stage, like doing the choreography. Like Hayden Christensen was leaps and bounds ahead of her. And that's not, with all due respect to Rosario Dawson, I know the woman can act, but it didn't do well for her character in that show to have that sequence. And
I think the younger Ahsoka looked better.
The younger Ahsoka did look better
than she did. And I was just like, wow. And I was like, I was in total agreement with that take that was Hayden and the young Ahsoka actress that really made that particular episode.
Yeah, and the thing is too is I don't know. So, what was I going to say? Filoni's directing that, right?
Yeah.
Because is he directing Rosario Dawson to act like a brick? Like, honest to God, I'm not trying to be funny here. Like, because I've seen the woman act, she can act, and they're having her be a brick wall. I just don't.
It's strange because the animated version of Ahsoka is totally different. Like the like I don't know where this stoic Ahsoka came from.
Well, I think there's only one real stoic version of her, and there's one scene, I think it's Rebels, or it might be the end of Clone Wars, I can't remember which, but where she's wearing like a white hood and she has like a staff.
That was at the end of Rebels, where
Rebels.
Yeah.
And she had a stoic appearance to her, but there was nothing really stoic about her as a character.
It was a silent scene. It was basically it was a silent scene, like the end of Revenge of the Sith type of deal. It's where there was no dialogue. So that's why, so she's just standing there with her. Yeah, I was just like, what the hell is this? So, but that was basically her kind of resurfacing, because we didn't see her since the Darth Vader fight.
Yeah, because the world between worlds and all the other stupid nonsense. I just, it's either, with all these modern television shows, it's one of two things. It's either the actors aren't acting, they're just brick walls, or the dialogue is incredibly poor.
Or there's so many. Yeah, there's so many points in modern shows. I mean, we saw it yesterday, and with the latest Wheel of Time episode, and they've done this in Ahsoka, where a character asks a question, and then the other just talks about something else instead of answering the question, and then the other character who asked the question doesn't say, "Whoa, wait a minute, you didn't answer my question." And I think it was one of the white cloaks put it as a non sequitur thing, and like, I'm just like, why do they keep doing this? How do they get away with that? Like, seriously.
Well, it's either non sequitur or like it's very repetitive. And I know it's been memed to hell and back, but the whole "you have not seen what I have seen." And
I have seen my share.
And then she repeats the line. She's like, "You have not seen what I have seen." Like, I have seen.
Like that. That's why I put that clip of them looking at the camera like this and then screaming at the camera. I put that in your introduction. I thought I laughed when I saw that. That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
It is so dumb. And
like, you made me evil. Well, I'm going to end you or something. She's like, I'm going to kill you. Like, you're Galadriel. You're supposed to be the good guy. Why would you kill him? I'm going to end you.
I love Rings of Power fans when they say, some of them will still say this to this day. Hey, what's up, Jacob? They'll say, yeah, the Sauron reveal was such a surprise. It's like, no, it wasn't. We knew about this in July before the show even came out. What are you talking about?
Yeah, everybody knew it right away.
Everybody knew it.
I forget? How did people figure that out? Was it just
it was a leak?
Oh, it was leaked.
It was leaked. It was leaked on, I believe it might have been, was it Friday Night Tights? I can't remember what, but it was Nerdrotic and As for Heel versus Babyface, who got the news from their insiders at Amazon, because they have people on the inside who hated that show so much that they started leaking content. They got confirmation that Halbrand was Sauron, and so they announced it like in July, like 2 months before the show even aired. Like, yeah, this is Sauron, and everybody was calling them. This is the best part. So you had a whole bunch of people calling them liars. Oh, you guys don't know what you're talking about. You're making stuff up. Blah 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 blah. And then episode 8
for the clicks. For the clicks, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, no, they were right. They were absolutely right. And by episode 4, even if you didn't have any knowledge about any of that, by episode 4 you knew. because he's eyeing the blacksmithing. He's being very well. I say manipulative. His manipulation is terrible. Compared to Sauron in the books, this dude's weak sauce.
What was his name in during the Second Age? It was like Anatar or something.
Anatar, the Lord of Gifts.
The Lord of Gifts. Okay, of course they're not going to do that.
And he has a speech in the Silmarillion where he essentially says to the elves, because here's the thing, Gil-galad and Elrond, they already smell that Sauron's up to no good. So they won't allow him to come into their lands. But Celebrimbor and the crafting elves of Region, they will allow Sauron to come in and teach them everything like that. And I don't even have the books here. I'm pretty sure I can quote this from memory. Sauron's speech goes something like this. He says, alas for the weakness of the great. For a mighty king is Gil-galad, and wise in all lore is Master Elrond, and yet they will not aid me in my labors. For I wish to see this Middle Earth be beautiful just as you do. And pretty much he's really feeding into their desire to make Middle Earth beautiful and prosperous and everlasting. That's what the elves of Region want. And it's a great speech. And they bite it hook, line, and sinker. Like they just start learning ring lore from Sauron, and he manipulates them for so long. And then when he finally leaves is when they make the three. The three elf rings in secret.
So those were made first, or were they made last after Sauron made his rings?
It was the 9, the 7, and then the 3. The 3 were made last, prior to Sauron making the 1, because Celebrimbor got nervous, and he was already being counseled by numerous people, like, do not trust this guy. And so he got nervous, so he made the 3 rings in secret. Sauron's hands never touched them. The only reason why they have a connection to Sauron at all is because Celebrimbor had to use the techniques that Sauron had taught him to create those 3 rings.
Oh, I see.
So when Sauron put on the 1 ring, the elves, because of the 3 rings, were aware of him and knew who he was at that point. And then all kinds of stuff kicked off from there.
Did Sauron always know how to craft rings and all that? Okay.
Yes. And ring lore is more of a magic thing than a ring thing. The elves always knew how to make rings, but it was really the creation of very powerful, specific powerful magic rings. So like you have, I might get them mixed up. You have Nenya, which is the ring of, oh shoot, I'm getting all my rings mixed up. So it's Vilya, Nenya, and I can't remember the other one, but they're rings for different elements. And like the rings help preserve, like the ring that Galadriel wears has helped her preserve Lothlorien for so long.
I was curious how they inputted, or input's not a good word, suffuse or infuse abilities. Like obviously the 1 ring made Bilbo and Frodo invisible. Yeah.
So I'm trying to remember, because I read something about the invisibility thing a long time ago.
Like how like, I mean, in Wheel of Time they channel. That's how magic is enacted. How is magic channeled or used in Middle Earth?
Tolkien's magic is it's weird. So it's incredibly vague in a lot of parts, and then it's incredibly like direct in a lot of other parts. So, for instance, some of Sauron's, to use Sauron as an example, some of Sauron's magical capabilities is he can shapeshift. He has a fair form, a terrible form. He can, to go through some of the list, he's turned into a snake. He's turned into a terrible dark lord. He's turned into an angelic figure. He's turned into a werewolf. He's turned into a bat. Like he's turned into all sorts of different things.
Now, he can do that by himself, or does he need like a particular?
No, he can do that by himself.
Okay.
when he loses his ability to not necessarily shapeshift, but specifically to take a fair form again, is during the sinking of Numenor. Because I can't remember if that was like a punishment by the Valar or if that was just due to how calamitous the destruction was. But he was never able to take a fair form again after the destruction of Numenor.
Okay.
But yeah, that's all on his own. He doesn't need the ring or any other anything secondhand to help him do that. That's just because he's a Maiar. He's another like angelic figure. He can do that on a whim. Gandalf being of the same, I guess, group as Sauron, for lack of a better term, or you can even say race as Sauron.
Well, aren't they like they're so you have the Valar who are like the highest below God, and then you have the Maiar, I believe, which
right
is
below
Sauron
them.
and all the wizards and
I don't
know who
Balrogs.
Balrogs, yeah.
Balrogs. It's Ungoliant is I've had debates about this. It's still debated in the Tolkien fandom quite a bit as to whether Ungoliant is kind of like a corrupted Maiar. She's more of a primordial than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so all those lesser spirits are the Maiar. But to give you some more magic, because you were asking about the magic, Sauron can cause earthquakes, volcanic eruptions. A lot of the Maiar are very so like the best way I can explain is so like when the Valar decide to come in and screw around with like the actual elements of the earth, it causes a great deal of destruction and upheaval. Whereas with the Maiar, you get your earthquakes and your lightning bolts and things like that, but it's definitely on a smaller scale.
Okay. Because I was curious, like if you think of Sauron's abilities, what was Morgoth or Melkor's
insane
destructive abilities?
Well, it's interesting. So there is a part of the Histories of Middle Earth compendium called Morgoth's Ring. And what Morgoth's Ring is essentially is he put his entire essence, like how Sauron put his essence into the ring. Morgoth put his essence into the whole of Arda, like the whole globe, the whole planet. He put his essence into that. That's his ring. So the magic of it is a bit convoluted, but something that just came to mind. Another ability of magic is singing, believe it or not. Sauron.
So like the music of Feanor, is that?
Yeah, the music of Feanor, but like direct combative singing. In the books, in the story of Beren and Luthien, Sauron and Galadriel's brother Finrod Felagund, they get into a battle of song, which Sauron ends up having the mastery of. And it's literally them using magic through song at each other. They're singing to each other. And Sauron ends up beating him and throwing him into a pit. But yeah, the I'm trying to think of it. The magic itself is very vague, but the use of it isn't, I guess is the best way I can put it. Like it's described very clearly how the magic is being used, but not necessarily where it comes from or how it's channeled or any like the specifics that you get in a more hard magic system.
Yeah.
The creation of the Silmarils by Feanor is an example of magic. He had to, in some sort of magical way, harness the light of the two trees and put them into these jewels that he had created, and thus created the Silmarils. And then the Valar named Varda, she hallowed the jewels so that no evil hand could touch them without getting burned.
Okay.
So like Tolkien's magic system is kind of borked, if you ask me. Like it's just all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So like it's taken me some getting used to Wheel of Time because their magic system's pretty. I mean, even that is not nearly as like as detailed as like Brandon Sanderson stuff. I haven't read Brandon Sanderson. Prophet has read it and all that. But like, I mean, the fantasy that I've dealt with, Song of Ice and Fire and Lord of the Rings, or Middle Earth. the magic is just kind of hard to. It's like not as well defined, and I always kind of found that appealing. Like it's more mysterious. It's more mysterious to me. I always found that more appealing than knowing more about the magic system. To be honest.
I like it, and it honestly, like, so long as you don't do like crazy stuff with it, it gives you like a lot of. If you were to, like we were talking about earlier in the stream, you know, if you were to like try and expand on like different cultures, and like just kind of expand on the magic system is vague enough to where you can like toy with it and do different things with it, so long as you stay within the context of lore, like you're not doing the stuff like the world between worlds or any of that nonsense, you know, like, but like you contained within the canon, you can do a lot of creative stuff with the magic of Tolkien because it's such a soft magic system. So long as you don't go, like I said, go crazy. But I'm just trying to think of other examples. Obviously there's Gandalf versus the Balrog. That's a classic. Even Aragorn's, you brought up the Houses of Healing. Aragorn's healing abilities. A lot of people attribute that to quote unquote elf magic. It's the elf magic that and the healing hands of the king. It's magic, you know. And
so wasn't the herb that was doing necessarily all the work?
It's debated. I'm the way the text puts it. It's the herb and Aragorn's knowledge, you know, of, you know, because Aragorn is extremely well traveled. He knows his stuff. He's had to be out on his own. He's been on battles and campaigns and seen everything you can possibly see. So he probably knows how to heal people from these things.
Did you ever hear the song that the Dunedain always march to? Go, go, Dunedain Rangers. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I'm kidding. Okay, that was cringe. I'm sorry. I'll take responsibility. But yeah,
you don't have to. That's not me. Just take that up with the chat. They're the ones who are going to lambast you. Okay.
Yeah, and the poor bastard who's watching this after the fact.
That's okay. We don't care what Jeff 6 days from now has to say. Yeah, we see you, Jeff. There's gonna be some poor guy named Jeff who watches this. He's having like an existential crisis. But no, like the hands of the king are the hands of a healer. I'm trying to think. Galadriel, obviously, her elf magic. She's the witch of the woods. Ooh boy, and she is incredibly powerful.
Don't you dare call her the witch of the woods.
Right.
She's the lady, and I'm pretending to be Gimli, the
Gimli
simp. The simp. Yeah.
Gimli simp.
I love those moments in the books, especially with him and Éomer.
Gimli's about ready to take Éomer's head off for disrespecting the Lady of the Wood. Oh my goodness, Lady of the Golden Wood. But
yep, there you go.
Oh man!
Before we go any further, I want to read this really quickly. Salty member for 14 months, member of the Nerdporeal Continuum. Thank you, Salty. Appreciate it. Absolutely fantastic conversation tonight, gentlemen. This is what being a nerd and a fan truly is. Cheers.
Cheers. Absolutely. Hold on. I don't have any alcohol. I got my Gatorade. Yeah. But
what kind of Gatorade? What kind of Gatorade?
Oh, I got the Gator Light Rapid Rehydration Electrolyte beverage.
All Gatorade had electrolytes.
It's not bad. Yeah, but apparently this is a rapid hydration electrolyte. Now is it Jeff or Geoff? It's Jeff. Jeff. This Jeff, he's gonna have he's gonna see this stream and be like, oh no, that he knows. He knows I'm here. Oh my goodness.
Sorry, but what was your thought? I'm sorry, I interrupted you to read that.
Oh, I'll be real with you, Chief. I totally forgot what my thought was.
I mean, we were talking about magic systems. We were talking about
magic systems. No, I was just thinking about other forms of magic and like other examples of it.
What did Gandalf use against the Balrog? Now he had the staff, and he's using like a light barrier or something.
Well, yeah, and then he had the sword Glamdring. In the books, he slammed the staff down, and the staff broke.
Oh yeah, that's
And
right.
when the Balrog charged him, the Balrog went down. The bridge collapsed,
Mm-hmm.
and then they both fell.
Yeah.
Um.
And I forget the Balrog grabbed him in the book too, right?
Yes.
Grabbed him and
Yes.
pulled him down with him. Only
Correct.
difference is in the book, he didn't. I don't think he was holding on. I think he just completely fell with the thing, and he as he was falling, he was saying, "Fly, you fools!"
Yeah.
Bakshi
was the one. Bakshi was the one who did it right. Not right, but he's the one who did it accurately to the book.
Yeah,
where
I remember that too.
Gandalf is falling. He didn't do the Balrog. Oh, I hate Bakshi's Balrog. But
yeah, his animation is very different. It's all rotoscoped and all that. And it was just Did you like the animated films at all? Never really got into that. There's a charm to them. Yeah,
there's a charm to them. I don't put them on a pedestal. I think that given the time in which they were made, obviously Bakshi, he did what he could, to be respectful to the source. There are elements of design that I take umbrage with, but those are totally superficial, things. In the grand scheme of things, like I said, the Bakshi films, they have their charm. But that Balrog is hideous. Oh, it's so bad.
What about the Rankin Bass? What about the Rankin Bass films? The Hobbit, Return of the King. What do you think of the Witch King of Angmar segment? Because that's how I first saw that Eowyn and the Witch King confrontation was that before I even read the book.
Oh, it's been so long since I've seen those.
It's like now it's. I think even that was kind of accurate to the book too, because I think the Witch King takes off his helm, and there's nothing there but a crown. I think.
Yeah, it's a crown. I believe it's on. No, the sword's on fire. No, wait, hold on. I'm misremembering.
I think the sword is on fire. He uses the fire sword against Frodo because when Frodo is on Glorfindel's horse at the ford, he takes out his sword and his sword gets crushed by the Witch King. Kind of like how Gandalf's staff got crushed in the movie.
Which I was not a fan of that in the movies. I actually took issue with that because Gandalf is far more powerful than the Witch King of Angmar.
I was like, really? I saw that too. I was like, really?
In the book, so the way it works in the book is, I'm sure because you've read Return of the King before.
Yeah, he says go back to the shadow, and he's like, "Oh man, you are nothing." And then all of a sudden you hear the horn, and then the horns. And then the Rohirrim show up.
Yeah, and Gandalf strolls up to him casually, and he's ready to body the Witch King, like just straight up own him. And then the horns sound, and then the Rohirrim show up. Whereas they did it similarly in the movies, but them having the Witch King outmatch Gandalf, that rubbed me the wrong way because that doesn't work with the system. No.
And that wasn't part of that was not part of the original theatrical release. I remember
that's extended cut.
It was part of the extended cut. So I didn't see this until 2004, 11 months after Return of the King came out. Remember well, you were younger, but remember the wait? I don't know if did you see them? Did you get the DVDs when they came out?
Oh yeah.
When you were a kid?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got the DVDs. So my dad had a really, really nice basement once upon a time, and one of those old school big screens, the big heavy ones, like the ones that sat on your floor and they took up like half the living room. And I had the DVD player connected to that, and man, I'd put in the movies all the time. And then the extended editions came out, like the box sets. Bought all those up. Watched all those. I must have probably watched those films maybe like 300-400 times. Honest to God, like
I don't think I ever finished watching all the special features. I'm taking it you did. Did you watch all the special features?
I watched all the special features. A couple of cool things to note. So a lot of people like to talk about Aragorn breaking his toe.
Yeah,
that's probably the most famous one.
when he screams in Two Towers and he kicks the when they find out that Mary they didn't leave the Rohirrim didn't leave anybody alive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
and there's that one, and then the other famous one is Christopher Lee talking about what it sounds like for someone to get stabbed in the back.
It doesn't make any sound. It's like I don't have to. It's like can you pretend? He's like I don't have to pretend.
But what I think is the most impressive thing about that whole one of the most impressive things, and it's not something I hear anybody ever bring up, and it blows my mind. The gates of Minas Tirith that they used, A, were practical, B, they were built to scale. They're as big as those gates are supposed to be in the books, and that they're huge. They're so big that they had to come up with a custom locking mechanism for them.
Really?
Yeah, it's like a chain and spring-loaded thing where, like, and they kind of show it in the films a little bit how it works. But yeah, they had to come up with their own locking and unlocking mechanism for these gates because they were that big.
Oh shit.
And the other cool one is so Denethor's death scene where the horse kicks him onto the pyre.
Yeah.
There was no way in hell they were going to get a horse anywhere near an inferno. So what they did was they lit the pyre and then put a mirror at like 45 degrees with the horse in front of it. So it's a little bit of camera trickery. So when it cuts and the horse kicks, you get that like shot of the horse and the pyre. It's actually the horse and the pyre reflected in a mirror.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I did not
it's
know.
not actually it's not the horse standing next to the pyre. It's the pyre being reflected in a mirror next to the horse. That way, the horse didn't get spooked. There's all kinds of cool stuff. The thing that I always encourage people with those extended cuts to listen to is the commentaries. So like if you go in the DVD the options section, you can select whether it's the actual movie audio or commentary audio. Yeah. And you can get commentary from the actors, you can get commentary from the special effects people, directors, writers, so on and so forth. And they'll go scene by scene and go through how things worked in different parts of the movie. It's super, super interesting stuff. But yeah, if you ever get a chance, look at the gates of Minas Tirith being built. That is insanity. The fact that they built that thing. It's enormous. Yep, there it is, the Children of Urin.
I'm buying it right now.
Get it. Oh, it's good stuff.
Oh, I got 0 credits. Jesus Christ, Audible.
Ah, damn it.
Now I'm buying it anyways. I got.
But yeah. I'm telling you.
Christopher fucking Lee. Christopher Lee. Christopher Lee. So, I mean, between you and Christopher Lee, can't go wrong.
Right. And Christopher Lee, I'm curious because he always wanted to play Gandalf.
Yeah, that's curious because I heard because he actually met Professor Tolkien back in the day.
Received his blessing. And
you know, it's funny. So funny. Christopher Lee is actually related to Ian Fleming, so he was secure in getting his, being playing Scaramanga as in Man with the Golden Gun. But he met Tolkien, and from what I heard, based on the special features, he read the book every year. He read Lord of the Rings every year.
Mm-hmm.
So he knew So he knew the story inside and out.
Yeah, which is why he was a bit miffed when the death of Saruman was taken out of the beginning of Return of the King.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What'd you think of? Okay, I have a question. What did you think of the way they ended Saruman and Wormtongue in the movie versus the Scouring?
Well, I understand this will miff some people, but I understand why they took the Scouring of the Shire out, because it would have really dragged the movies to a halt. It's kind of like the same thing with Tom Bombadil. You can pay homage to it. Like they paid homage to the Scouring of the Shire several times. They did it with Saruman's death. They showed glimpses of what the Scouring of the Shire would kind of look like in the Mirror of Galadriel from Fellowship of the Ring. When Frodo's seeing like the Shire burning and like all that, and the Shire, the hobbits enslaved. You get a little bit of that. So I as much as it would have been nice to see everything work out canonically, I understand why they made the choices they did with that. But from a theatrical standpoint, they should have kept Saruman's death in. He was the main villain of Two Towers.
Yeah.
And they really should have kept. They should have.
Do you think they should have ended?
Conclusion.
Do you think the way they ended Two Towers in the first place was the right way, with them just ending with the end of the battle and
I was fine with that.
And the Ents doing that without doing the calling of Saruman?
Yeah,
when I was first seeing that, I was kind of expecting to see that. I was actually expecting, because I read the book, so I knew how Two Towers ended. I was expecting to see Shelob. We didn't see Shelob initially, and we didn't see Shelob until Return of the King, and of course, the calling of Saruman, which was the pride thing I was looking forward to the most. And then Return of the King happened, and then I was like, "Where is it?"
Well, so, I thought the cliffhanger there was good for like as the second movie in the trilogy. I thought it was fine because the way I figured it was they would open the way they did in the extended cut of Return of the King, where you have Gandalf and party going to Orthanc and they confront Saruman, and you have Saruman, your staff is broken, and all that entire sequence.
Yeah.
And when I was a bit jarring when I watched Return of the King, not the extended, but the theatrical cut, and I was like, where the hell's Saruman? What do you mean, Gandalf? What do you mean Saruman's? It's okay. Saruman's just going to sit in his tower. Well, where is he? Like, come on, we need to have some sort of conclusion. Like,
yeah, that was disappointing. And Christopher Lee's reaction is totally understandable.
When it comes to the movies, I have three big gripes. As much as I adore them, my three big gripes are: number one, the Army of the Dead is a giant Deus Ex Machina that they should never have had them like Drano Bleach go and straight up massacre all the orcs at Pelennor Fields.
Because if I remember correctly in the books, they just took out all the people in the ships, right?
Yeah, and it wasn't even they killed them. It was fear of the dead drove those people off the ships, like jumping overboard and all that sort of stuff.
And that's all that Aragorn required of them to fulfill their duty.
And then Aragorn and the Grey Company sailed for Minas Tirith. And the Grey Company was essentially the army of the Dunedain that were left. And along with both sons of Elrond, Gimli, and Legolas as well. But yeah, all they did was help him take the boats. That was it.
What about that one? What about that one dude? I forget that one dude's name. The one that's the one dude, the one prince of that one kingdom in Gondor.
Imrahil.
Imrahil, wasn't he part of the on the ships too?
He was at the defense of Minas Tirith, I'm pretty sure. Okay. He's actually shown in the movies, although he's not named.
Oh, really? When was he shown?
He was the guy who addresses Gandalf after Gandalf saves Faramir. Or no, I lied. Now I can't remember. I'm getting my scenes borked.
Was he at the coronation of Aragorn?
I can't remember whether he was at. I can't remember whether he was when he was there when Denethor lost his mind, or when Gandalf saved Faramir from the Nazgul. He was at one of those, but he's never named. He only has like one line in the whole movie. I'd have to go back and rewatch, but no, he's not with Aragorn. I'm pretty sure he's at the defense of Minas Tirith during the siege. But what I was going to say is my second gripe is the elves at Helm's Deep,
because that didn't happen.
That did not happen. Haldir never died. The elves were too busy fighting a war against Dol Guldur. They didn't have the manpower to send down to help the riders of Rohan.
Yeah, because I mean, the war was happening. I mean, the War of the Ring was happening, and not just where our heroes were, but it was happening throughout the Middle Earth.
Yeah, it was happening. Well, you had the events in the Shire. Well, that was post-war, but you had the scouring of the Shire that was post-war with Sauron. You had what was going on currently. The Easterlings attacked Erebor, and then you had the forces of Dol Guldur that were attacking Lothlorien. So you had all these wars that were going on amidst the story that we get with our heroes in the main Lord of the Rings proper.
Who were the forces of Dol Guldur? Were they just orcs or something?
Yeah, it was
spiders or
just forces of evil. I don't think it's ever really specified. But it was just maybe a Nazgul was there. Who knows? Like as a commander in some sort of like commander aspect. It's not really told, but after it's Galadriel's husband, Celeborn, who goes. He sacks Dol Guldur, and then Galadriel comes and pulls a Luthien, and she straight just uses magic. Another instance of magic. Galadriel uses magic to straight up destroy all the pits and throw down the walls and like a whole bunch of like really heavy metal stuff. And and then they I believe for the sacking, I can't remember was it before or after, but I'm pretty sure for the sacking of Dol Guldur, Celeborn and Thranduil meet up. Like they join forces for the sacking.
Because obviously Thranduil's in Mirkwood, and
exactly. It's almost like a reunification of the elves in a way, because they are somewhat separated. Thranduil's kingdom.
Yeah, they're the wood. I mean, aren't they in Mirkwood? They're the wood elves. So Legolas and Thranduil are wood elves, and then you have I think Elrond and Galadriel are high elves, I believe.
Yeah. So Galadriel, Elrond are the last vestiges of like the very powerful Noldor. Galadriel's uncle is Feanor.
Yeah.
And so like a very powerful line, whereas Thranduil, his father Orifer, can't talk today, Legolas, etc., they are Sylvan elves. So two totally different groups.
So I'm guessing Legolas and Thranduil, they're lesser elves in terms of power, being.
Yeah. The thing about the Noldor is they are the mightiest as far as like combat and craftsmanship go. Whereas I would say more of like a guile capacity, more of like a having their wits about them. I'd say the Sylvan elves were probably much more masters in that aspect, because they're living in the woods and they live around all this danger on a consistent basis, and they don't have any strong magical powers or giant heavily armed armies to fall back on, anything like that. So they have to have their wits about them, so to speak. Mm-hmm. Whereas with the Noldor, you got Fingolfin, another one of Galadriel's uncles, who straight up challenged Morgoth to single combat. Like,
didn't Feanor himself like challenge the Valar like several times?
Well, he got angry with them. He didn't challenge them per se. Feanor's biggest, like, I guess, he's two big, like, ultra ballsy feats. The Mirkwood elves were elves that never made it to Valinor. True. And
are they related to those other elves that you were talking about, the ones from the east?
The Avari?
Yeah, the Avari.
I can't remember off the top of my head. Part of me wants to say yes, but here's the thing: is so one of the elves that was an ambassador to they're descendants of Thingol. Yeah, and Thingol, Elwë, he was one of the ambassadors, one of the three elves that went when the Valar found the elves after they had awakened.
Yeah.
And because it's another love story. He fell in love with a Maiar. They ended up getting hitched, and he decided, nah, I'm not going to Valinor. And so the Sindar, those elves, they ended up all living in the woods of Doriath, and Elwë Thingol was their king. He was pretty much king of the elves in Middle Earth, for lack of a better term, before the Noldor came and screwed everything up. That's literally what happened. The Noldor came and just blew everything up. It pretty much. It was the sons of Feanor who sacked Thingol's kingdom after he had died, because they were looking for a Silmaril. Stupid oaths and all that. That's a whole other thing. If I get on a tangent about the kinslayings and the wars of the elves of the First Age, we'll be here for another 3 hours. Long story short, yeah. But the elves of Mirkwood and the elves of Lothlorien were in a way not just geographically separated, but also very culturally separated.
Okay.
But very, very different. Now, the Randuil probably would have known Galadriel previously due to the fact that Galadriel was tutored by the Thingol, the person that Gadfly mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
His wife, who was a Maiar, was the tutor of Galadriel. She taught her.
Whose wife again? Sorry.
Thingol, the guy that Gadfly is mentioning right here, the descendants of Thingol.
Yeah.
His wife was the tutor, who's a Maiar, by the way, was a tutor of Galadriel. Her name was Melian.
So she wasn't a wizard. So I mean, Maiar are wizards or Balrogs or Ungoliant.
Ungoliant, Sauron. Matter of fact, here's an interesting little fact. So the place where Shelob lived in the First Age is a place called Nandungortheb. And it's known as old?
Shelob's that old? Shelob's that old?
Shelob's ancient. Yeah. Shelob's very old.
I mean, I know she was like in the early, like second and maybe late second age. I didn't realize she was in the First Age too. Shit.
She was in the First Age. And Nandungortheb, not only was it infested with spiders and all manners of like horrors, but what happened is the sorcerer. So Melian had this power. The person that tutored Galadriel, she had this shield on her forest that was called the Girdle of Melian, and it was her own magic that was protecting evil from coming into the forest. Well, Sauron in his fortress, which was close by, his sorcery was mingling with her magics at Nandungortheb. So you had this unspeakable place of just horrors, just terrible, terrible things. Like you couldn't drink from the water because it was poisonous. You would get thrown into a daze. Like if you went in there and get lost and maybe eaten by spiders, or it's just an awful, awful place to be. And like
sounds like the Blight in the Wheel of Time.
The magics there would throw you into a swoon and cause you to get caught off trail, and you'd run into traps, or you'd be forever wander lost until you starved to death. Like it's just a really bad place. There's only ever been 2 people, to my knowledge, that ever made it through there. Beren, the future husband of Luthien, who because of his fated journey, he kind of like force of will forced his way through there. And that
story's in the Silmarillion.
Yes, the story of Beren and Luthien, which actually is modeled in somewhat of a fashion after the story of the true life story of J.R.R. Tolkien and his wife Edith.
Yeah.
Because specifically, when Beren comes upon Luthien, she's singing and dancing in a woodland glade.
Yeah.
And Edith Tolkien went with J.R.R. Tolkien to a field of hemlock, and she danced and sang for him. It's quite a wholesome story. It kind of brings a tear to your eye. It's like, oh man, this is great. I love this stuff.
I'll have to read that. I'll have to read up on that.
It's really, really good. But yeah, Baron. Matter of fact, on their tombstones, underneath their names, under J.R. Tolkien's name it says Baron, and under her name it says Luthien. Just because of how much that story meant to him. But yeah. Nan Dungortheb, talking about magic, that place.
How do you spell that? Well, I'm gonna write down Nan. Type
Nan, Nan space Dungortheb. Nan Dungortheb.
Thank you, Google. Thank you, Google, for spelling that out.
Yep. Yeah, it's an unspeakable place of horrors. But yeah, there's only ever been 2 people that made it out of there.
So Balerion, is that part of
Balerion? So there's Middle Earth.
Is that part of is that different from Valinor? Yes.
So Balerion is where 99% of the events of the First Age take place. It's a continent that no longer exists in the Second and Third Age. And the reason it doesn't exist is because the final battle against Morgoth during the First Age was so calamitous that the Valar just decided to sink the continent under the water because of how, like, just the amount of ruin. It was just like, okay, we can't fix this. We're just going to sink it, and you guys can have what's left.
The name Eriador looks familiar.
Eriador is where the Shire's at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is it just renamed? Is it just they renamed the place in Middle Earth after this Eriador?
Well, so
or is it the same place?
Well, it's the same place as I'm not quite understanding your question. So,
wait, sorry, Middle Earth and this are totally different things. I was thinking, if the world changed, like a breaking happened, and parts of Balerion kind of went and drifted off. Maybe I don't know. I don't know if it can merge. I don't know if you can merge a land with another land or something.
Eriador and all that already existed. So like all of Middle Earth still existed and was connected to Balerion. It was all one giant landmass. In the area that's called Balerion, after the final battle against Morgoth, was sunk into the ocean because of how much it was destroyed. Which left just Middle Earth. So Eriador, what would become Mordor, Rune, Harad, your main Middle Earth continent that you see on the maps.
Okay, yeah, so this is what I'm looking at right now. So Eriador is right here.
Yes. And so everything. So you see that mountain range right there?
Yeah, the Arid Luin. I'm assuming everything here.
Everything left of that mountain range in Arid Luin was sunk.
Oh. so they cut it. So they cut it across the mountain range, or they cut it across here and then sunk it.
Yeah. So they didn't even cut it; they just straight up sunk it. And some of that mountain range was actually, if you look at it, just a map of Middle Earth, you can see where. So
they managed to sink it without sinking this.
Yeah. Yeah.
This portion.
Correct.
Interesting.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but all of that landmass is gone in the Second Age. It's destroyed.
This is a very nice map, by the way.
That's a very pretty map. Yeah, I agree. That's quite nice.
Oh man, that's this heavy shit.
But yeah, see the forest right there, Doriath?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, so just north of that, I'm pretty sure, is Nan Dungortheb.
So this is the Mordor type of.
Nan Dungortheb makes Mordor look like a playground. Okay, like that.
Maybe I can concur with this. Maybe it's more like the Blight. I mean, the Blight has living things, though, deadly living things.
It's a terrible place. But Doriath, that's where Thingol lived. That's where Melian lived, and Galadriel also lived there for a time before she traveled east.
You said this was sunk in the First Age.
Yes, all of it.
All right. Yep. Is this desert right here? Lothland or something?
Well, and Foglith to the north. See that orange patch right there? Not patch, but like just like straight north from Doriath. That's all wasteland.
Daedaloth?
Yeah, well, there's Anfoglith. It should be
right here.
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all wasteland caused by volcanic eruption that was caused by Morgoth. It used to be called Ardgallan. It was actually quite pretty. And then it was the Dagor Bragalak, the Battle of the Sudden Flame.
Yeah.
And Morgoth, the reason why it's called that is because Morgoth let out plumes of smoke and volcanic eruption, wasted a whole chunk of land. There's a map I'll send you. There's a map I'll send you, Brian, Jacob. It shows the sunken. Yeah, I've seen that map before. Yeah, that's a good map to reference. It shows you. It kind of illustrates what areas were sunk versus what remains. It's really, really cool.
I can't wait to see that map. But yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. And like I said, the whole reason why they sunk it was because the land was just so marred and destroyed that they just said, "Nah, we're not gonna."
Because of Morgoth, right? You said
because of Morgoth, and the war between. So it was called the War of Wrath, and it's insane. There's dragons that make mountains collapse. There's flying boats, massive armies. Like, I mean, it's pretty crazy.
Flying boats.
And, a flying boat.
I don't know if you ever played Final Fantasy, like an airship type of deal, or is it different?
It's literally a beautiful white boat with white sails, and it sails the cosmos. And the guy who is sailing it is Elrond's dad.
Oh.
And he wears a Silmaril upon his brow.
I forget, is Elrond's dad an elf? Because isn't he like half human?
Yeah, he's half human. He is the son of Tuor and what was it? Idril? Yeah, Tuor and Idril. He is half elven. What was I gonna say? He sails the cosmos on Vingalot, and his wife, Elrond's mother, whose name escapes me right now. I can't believe I'm not remembering her name. Someone in the chat, please cover for me here because my brain is having a tism. But she was given the ability by Olmo, the Valor of Water, to turn into, I believe it was a dove. She can turn to a dove and speak the language of birds. And so whenever her husband, Elrond's dad, comes back, to Valinor or is sailing whatever, she can fly to meet him.
Mm-hmm.
It's really like it's in a way over the top, but it's like beautifully over the top. Like it's genuinely like something gorgeous about it. But yeah, Elrond's Elwing. Thank you, Gadfly. I'm having a night. Pretty much Elrond's dad is stewarding the cosmos, and it's pretty crazy. When you see Hugo Weaving as Elrond, it's like, oh yeah, your dad's like crazy powerful.
I can believe that.
Well, funny thing. So, do you remember the scene in Return of the King and Frodo and Sam are in Mordor, and Sam points to the star and says, "Hey, Mr. Frodo, you see that star the shadow can't touch?" That's Elrond's dad.
Really?
Yeah, because he wears a Silmaril. The star that he's seeing is actually a Silmaril that Elrond's dad wears on his brow.
So does that mean he's still sailing the cosmos at during all that?
Yeah, he's literally doing that for eternity.
That must be nice.
Right?
But the other thing I wanted to ask that I forgot to ask, the other thing that really interests me, dragons. How many dragons are there?
I need
to know the history of the dragons.
Okay, so the dragons were bred by Morgoth.
Yes.
The first of their kind, the father of dragons, is named Glaurung. He's not a flying dragon. He's more of a worm. He's just a giant wingless dragon. He just crawls on the ground and.
I forget. Are worms more serpent-like, where they don't have like legs or something? It's all.
Well, they have legs and tails and everything. I think it's just they're wingless. I forget the distinction, but I know for a fact Glaurung, the father of dragons, he didn't have any wings.
Is he the largest one? Because I remember I was looking at some dragons and I saw like there's some really big ones.
Like I was saying, in the War of Wrath, there is the dragon Ancalagon the Black, and he is huge. When he ended up dying, when he fell from the sky, his fall knocked down the 3 peaks of Thangorodrim, literally caused mountains to collapse. That's how big he is.
And Calagon. I wonder if George's Balerion Dread is based off of Ancalagon and Cagalon. Sorry.
And if you look up, Ancalagon makes Balerion look tiny. Okay. If you Google Ancalagon, literally, there's images of him like fan art where he's literally his claws are like on the mountains, like covering the mountains, and he's like got his wings like spanning the whole like countryside. Like he's huge.
Oh, I think I've had enough to drink where I'm gonna absolutely find that image.
Yeah, you'll know it when you see it. It's insane. It should be like one of the first 2 that pops up.
Not a good one for size comparison. Let me see. Balerion.
Yeah. He's literally standing on mountains. Like it's pretty crazy.
Let me look. Oh, wait. No. It's all freaking Game of Thrones stuff and Smog. I want Smog.
No, Ancalagon. Ancalo. Wait, I'm screwing it up.
Ancalagon, right?
Ancalagon, yeah. Ancal.
Ancalagon, right?
Yes.
All right, so I put down Ancalagon versus Balerion.
Yeah.
Let me just. Whoa, shit. Okay, maybe this is a good way. This is a good one. Wait. All right, let me add this. Okay, I gotta move this to my monitor.
Mm-hmm.
Move this to the monitor. Sorry, guys, I'm well, I had a little too much to drink. Not Drunkporeal, not Drunkporeal level. That doesn't exist. Never happened.
Drunkporeal, it's here. About 300 meters tall at the shoulders is the idea. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, share screen. Window. It's not it's not big, but this one right here. Look at this. Like his hand's on a fucking mountain.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drink.
You see that little blue speck that's flying towards him?
Yeah, what is that?
That's Elrond's dad in the boat, who ends up killing that big bastard.
What does he use to kill him? What the hell does he use to kill him?
It's never really specified.
Nice, salty.
But I've heard that the going joke is that he uses a big FU laser from the Silmaril to yeet him from the sky, and
oh man,
like that bat. It's crazy.
Insane. I mean,
yeah.
What can a single blast of fire out of that mouth? And you see the glow coming out of his mouth right there.
Yeah.
What can that do?
Well, so what happens is the Valar, they send their hosts to Beleriand to finally defeat Morgoth. And when Morgoth unleashes this big dude and all of his dragon host, the forces of Valar are actually pushed back. They're like, whoa, oh crap. And then Elrond's dad shows up and saves the day.
That is so funny. That tiny little thing is that flying boat. What do you call it?
Yep.
Flying boat or something?
It's called Vingilot. Vingilot.
Vingilot. Okay.
Vingilot. And yep, it's the flying boat of Yarendil. Which here's another magic thing. The light of Yarendil that Galadriel gives to Frodo, that little vial.
Yes.
That she captured the light of the Silmaril in the cosmos and put it into the vial as a guiding light for what eventually giving it to Frodo.
Really?
Yeah. This is, like I said, you can do all sorts of crazy stuff with Tolkien's magic. It's like it kind of explains itself in a way, but you don't really know the intricacies of it.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's one area he didn't really care to go deep into. So, but he went deep into everything else, though.
Here's the cool thing, though. Even with as vague as his magic system is, you can still kind of like figure out power levels of characters just based on the things that they do. Which is helpful.
Because I know, I know Sauron and Gandalf, they're both Maiar. I know they're supposed to be the same level. I don't know if they're the same power level. They're probably not, but
they are not.
They're the same level of being.
More powerful. Yes.
Yeah, isn't Sauron like how Morgoth is the strongest of the Valar? Sauron, I believe, is the strongest of the Maiar.
It's debated because, well, him and Melian, when his sorcery and her magics intermingled, it's really hotly debated who was more powerful there because
Who's the other person again that you mentioned?
Melian, the wife of Thingol.
Oh, yeah, that's right, Thingol.
There's another one. His name is Eonwë. He is a Maiar directly under Manwë, the king of the Valar.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure as far as like mastery of arms goes, he's more powerful than Sauron. He's actually, when Morgoth is defeated, he goes to Sauron, Eonwë does, and says, "Hey, come back to Valinor for your punishment and make up for your evil deeds." And Sauron refuses and leaves. But mainly because he was scared of the punishment. There's a couple named Maiar that are more powerful than Sauron. But they're few.
Okay.
I was trying, but thinking back to your question about dragons real quick, I think the only other one that's named other than Ancalagon and Glaurung is Smaug. Those are the three that are named dragons. But
when did dragons? I mean, because I know by the time the Hobbit happens, I believe Smaug was the last of the dragons. I think he was the type of dragon he was a drake, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So a drake can fly, right? They're not nearly as big as, I don't know what kind of dragon Ancalagon is. I don't know what they call him.
Well,
you say
Smaug would have been more. He would have been probably either descended from or one of the lesser drakes under Ancalagon's command.
Okay. So Ancalagon commanded other dragons?
Yeah. All the dragons that fought with him in the War of Wrath were part of his brood and directly under his control, and he was under Morgoth's control by extension. So,
yeah. So when did dragons not become, or when did all the dragons die off? Was it the first age, second age?
I'm not sure they really died off because they were still around the third age. I just think, if I recall, I don't think it's definitive, and if it is, someone in chat again correct me because my memory is a little fuzzy on this, but I'm pretty sure they still are around. They just live. Oh, Scatha the Longworm, yes. I'm pretty sure they still are around, but they just live in the far north, so far removed from everybody else that they just don't really bother anybody. But Smaug might have been the last one, but I can't quite remember. I don't think he was though. I really, really don't.
You know,
I don't.
I don't know why I was always under the impression. Maybe it was mentioned in The Hobbit or something.
I could be remembering wrong too, but he might have been the last of the fire drakes, but I know cold drakes still existed, and I forget what the difference was between them. But
Well,
but
when you
I
say
do,
cold drake, the first thing I think of is ice dragon, kind of like
yeah,
Game of Thrones with the
exactly. And the what was I gonna say? Because I'm pretty darn sure there's still drakes around. They're just not. They're not as crazy as what we're seeing in that image right there. They're
I
not.
mean,
They're not like uber powerful.
if there was any drakes around, don't you think Sauron? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it was like that in the book, but I remember. I think in the Hobbit films, like they were concerned that they wanted to kill the dragon before Sauron could use it.
Yes, and well, a similar thought process is behind the question. Well, why didn't Sauron go enlist the help of a Balrog, the one that was in Moria?
Yeah,
because Sauron would have had the mastery over that Balrog because Sauron was the lieutenant of Morgoth at one point.
Durin's Bane.
Durin's Bane, and the theory is that Sauron didn't want to risk the chance. It was actually a strategic move on his part to keep the Balrog there because he didn't want the dwarves to get back in the cause of doom and start mining mithril again.
Mm-hmm.
And he knew as long as the Balrog was there, he wouldn't have to worry about that. So he left it well enough alone.
Oh, okay.
And he didn't foresee any power going in there and screwing with the Balrog. So it was actually Sauron's point that it's a very good plan. Is it backed up by anything in the lore? No, it's just pure speculation. But it's the theory that makes the most sense. That Sauron would want to keep the Balrog in Moria to prevent the dwarves from coming back.
Okay.
Same thing with the dragons. It's like by the time the War of the Ring happened, Sauron was so focused on his predominant enemy was Galadriel and the forces of Lothlorien, Gondor, and by extension Aragorn and the Dunedain.
Yeah.
And a few other parties involved. And his main focus was the war. So he didn't really have that much time to go out and recruit a whole bunch of other forces from far up in the north, if there were any. So
I mean, how did he recruit the Easterlings and all that? Like were they just within close proximity enough that he was able to
close proximity? There's a part of it where like the Easterlings were well, there's a long history of warfare between the Easterlings, the Haradrim, all those groups of lesser men, and Gondor. They've been fighting for hundreds of years.
So there's a lot of animosity there. So.
Animosity there, and on top of it all, fear of Sauron. So
yeah,
it's like it's one of those deals where it's like I don't want to face the whip, so I'm just going to do what I'm told, kind of deal.
Yeah,
it's that they do not want to risk upsetting Sauron and end up like getting massacred or something like that.
Yeah, especially if Sauron wins the the War of the Ring and they don't help, they're fucked.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing about that is now there's debate as to whether the Easterlings in the Third Age are the same group as the Easterlings of the First Age, because the Easterlings of the First Age did help more. It's a little bit more complicated than this, but there were good and bad Easterlings.
Mm-hmm.
And the bad Easterlings did help Morgoth, and in return, Morgoth kind of screwed them and kept them caged up in this little plot of land. And after, like, he turned on him after they had done their deed for him and gave him what he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd think if they were the same Easterlings, they would not be so inclined to help Sauron because they had already been kind of sold out once before in their history.
Yeah.
But that's what gives cause to say the Easterlings of Third Age are not the same ones as the ones in the First Age.
Oh, I see.
But yeah. What other questions you got for me? I feel like I'm rambling.
I think that's pretty much it. I've
Yeah.
had too much to drink. Now I want to eat something.
Right.
But
I still need to make myself
I think I talked. I already brought up the wizards. I already brought up.
Yeah.
Oh, there was one thing I did want to ask you. How'd you feel? I know you brought up you brought it up a little bit, but how do you ultimately feel about the Hobbit films? Because I know the Hobbit films are a point of contention for a lot of people. I know. I mean, I understand why. I like the Hobbit films. I understand why people don't like certain aspects of it, like Toriel and the dwarf dude. What Philly? No, it was Philly or Kelly.
I think it was Kelly.
It was Kelly. It was Kelly. I don't remember my dwarfs. And then of course Legolas being the word that rhymes with fuck, but not cuck.
Well, Legolas being in there to begin with. Would he have been around at that time? Yeah, so I get why they would introduce him as a part of like it as member berries almost.
Yeah.
But there were aspects of I feel like with Rings of Power out now, I remember hating the Hobbit movies when they came out. But with it's the prequel effect. Like you have with the Star Wars prequels now.
Yeah.
Where it's like I look on them a bit more fondly. Same thing with the Hobbit movies. There's aspects of them.
I know. I love that too.
I love all the scenes with Ian McKellen, Kate Blanchett, and Sir Christopher Lee. The White Council stuff with Hugo Weaving and all that. That's accurate. That's fairly accurate to the books. Yeah. It's not completely accurate, but it's fairly accurate to the books. And I love all those scenes. I feel like The Hobbit as a book, because there's so many characters, it's very hard to put that into I feel, quite honestly, I feel like it'd be much better suited for a TV show as opposed to a movie. Because in the movie, you only have so much time and you have so many characters that you have to go through.
I loved I loved the beginning where it starts off, goofy like in the book, where all the dwarfs go into Bilbo's house and they start eating everything and throwing dishes and stuff around and they start singing. But I loved it when Thorin showed up and then the mood completely shifted. The tone completely shifted and it got serious. And when they were camping later in the movie, and Balin is telling Bilbo the story of why he would follow Thorin as a king and all that. I thought that was extremely awesome. Like I loved that. Like it made me want to watch more of the film. Like it felt very. It had the gravitas. For a second, I felt the gravitas of Lord of the Rings, and that's kind of what sold me on the Hobbits. And despite the problems of the films, and I know there's plenty. I had fun. Even the goofy stuff, like when they're being chased in the Goblin King's domain and all that, and you see all these cartoony things and all that. I actually thought it was fun. And I'm a little drunk right now, but yeah, I thought it was a lot of fun seeing that.
The thing about that, though, the one thing I didn't like about that was the fact of it kind of lessened the stakes. And it's like, okay, you have these guys who are on this rickety wooden thing and they just fell down a cliff and all of them survived. It's like, okay, you guys just...
They're dwarves, though, and there's a wizard with them.
What can kill them? That's my question. Like, if that's not going to, like, what will? Now
I don't know why, but I don't know why, but it was fun. Like I felt the stakes, but yeah, at the same time, it was just fun. I don't know why. Yeah, but I get what you're saying.
The one thing I did like about the whole the Goblin Town scene was when Orcrist and Glamdring, the two swords, the Goblin reaction to those. All right, see you, Dempsey. The Goblin reaction to those, that's accurate. Because the Goblins remember the Great Wars of the First Age, and those swords were used in the First Age to just slice and dice goblins like crazy. And they feared them.
Yeah.
And so I thought that was portrayed very, very accurately. The only thing that ticks me off is I shouldn't say ticks me off, but as a diehard fan, it kind of perturbs me a little bit. Is Glamdring and Orcrist are supposed to glow blue like Sting. Night, Jacob. they're supposed to glow because they're of elvish make. They are all, if I recall correctly, they are supposed to also glow blue, and they didn't make them glow blue in the movies.
Oh,
they just had Sting. They just made Sting glow blue.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I see.
But anyway, yeah. No, I look back on the Hobbit to answer your question. I look back on the Hobbit movies quite fondly. There are plenty of things that they got wrong in those movies, and I do not forgive them for that. But there are also behind the scenes circumstances as to why those movies turned out the way that they did.
Yeah.
So it's like there's enough leeway to where I can find forgiveness. I'm never going to find forgiveness for Rings of Power ever. But
the stuff
I
that
can.
It's so funny that the stuff that's being made now is like beyond forgiveness. I mean, like Disney Star Wars. Like I can never get into Disney Star Wars. I can never get into new Trek. I can never get into Rings of Power or Wheel of Prime or whatever. It's just like it's a total disregard for what came before. It's a total disregard, and then at the same time they dismiss fans, people that care about this shit, that this stuff means something to, and they dismiss them like we're the ones, like we're the enemy. We're not the enemy.
Yeah.
If you take our criticism seriously and improve, everyone will be fucking happy.
Yeah.
Everyone, even your shills who like your current shit will still like your shit.
Well, here's the thing: if these studios faced 100% backlash from the fandoms that they are supposed to be appealing to, we wouldn't be having this problem.
Yeah,
I don't think. Like, so even though the vast majority of people rejected Rings of Power, there's still a small little group out there of nitwits that praise the show to hell and back. Even though Star Wars is a dead franchise, you still have people that are coming out, a minority of people that are coming out and making the most noise and saying, "Oh, no, did you see that latest episode of Ahsoka? Let me tell you about the themes that were never in that episode, but I think they were because
I'm filling in the blanks for the writers."
Yeah, I'm filling in the blanks. Exactly. They're filling in the blanks for the writers. And so long as those people continue to do that, that's what the Hollywood market's going to cater towards.
Yeah, and the quality is just going to continue to go down and down and down. I mean, the original Star Trek back in the day, and the original series was written by a lot of different science fiction writers. Gene Roddenberry, the creator, invited a lot of people to write for Star Trek, but after they submitted their scripts, him and the other producers went through it and they rewrote it to make it match with how the characters have been portrayed. Because honestly, these writers, that submit scripts don't know everything, and sometimes there's times where they need to balance stuff and to make it workable as proper episodic television. So I mean, that's been lost. Like they don't do that no more. And I don't know if it's because like writers' rooms are now so damn lenient that they'll just accept anything. You submit a single 1 or 2 drafts and that's it, and that's what you get. It's like nobody checks anybody's work, or if they're worried that if they do check someone's work, they'll be labeled a misogynist or something. I'm making this up, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was true.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I was about to say, like, are you sure you're making that up? Because that sounds like a very plausible thing. Like, oh, you didn't like my writing? Oh, guess what? You're an ist of some sort, and I'm gonna cost you your job.
Well, there was one writer of New Trek. He was supposed to write Discovery season 3 or something. He ended up leaving because he said the N word, and because he was talking about his own personal experiences. And people got offended, and he had to go to HR. He went to HR. He was sent to HR, and he had to apologize. And he's like, "Fuck this," and he quit. I forget. It was Walter Mosley was his name. I don't know if he was covered quite a bit a few years ago, but yeah, same deal and all that. So, but yeah, it looks like everybody's leaving, and it looks like Looks like everybody's leaving. It looks like I think it's time. It's been 4 hours, dude. It's been 4 hours.
we've been.
This is the longest Chillporeal, man. We did the longest Chillporeal here. I mean, the only other one that's over 3 hours is me and Nathan, and we were talking the same. We were talking about Lord of the Rings, and we're talking about other stuff too.
To all future Chillporeal guests, you're never going to beat this. I'm just saying, you're never going to beat the 4 hour mark. Okay, it's not going to happen. When you get the High King and Nerdporeal together, it's a grander time. It's a more grandiose experience that you have to enjoy for longer and soak in. It's like the Lord of the Rings extended cut, you know, like it's good.
So do you think they're ever going to come out with another cut of Lord of the Rings? Because I heard that they were supposed to for the 4K and they didn't.
So I think at some point they will. It'll probably be some 50th anniversary thing where, you know, they'll hey, Gadfly, listen, okay. Longest Chillporeal and yet not enough. Yeah, not enough. Yeah, exactly. We could do more. We could. Yeah. But we can't. That's too much for all of you. Okay, that's too much. We cannot. We have to pump.
We lost. Hey, you're back. You lost your avatar.
Oh, snap! Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you fine.
Okay. I think it just blipped out for a second. But to answer your question, yeah, I think at some point we're gonna get like the great cut. Like the great it's going to be like the Snyder cut, but it's going to be the Jackson cut, where it's like all of the scenes that he never included. But it'll probably be for some like 50th anniversary thing.
Do we know even? Do we even know what scenes or what was not included in the first place?
Yes. There are scenes with Elrond and Galadriel, with Luthien and Galadriel, or not Luthien, sorry, Arwen and Galadriel.
Okay.
There are scenes with there's a scene where Éowyn is fighting orcs in the caves at Helm's Deep. There's a YouTube video. I forget what the title of the video is, but I'll look it up later. Where they actually show still shots from those scenes to show everybody like, hey, these are the scenes that were cut out. Like the fully filmed scenes that were cut out. They still exist. If Jackson wanted to at any time, he could throw them into some crazy extended like 6 hour long cut. But
you know what? With after reading Lord of the Rings for the first time in 20 years, and just like today listening to the Houses of the Healing, I want that 20. I want that 24. I want that 8. I want the full cut. I want everything. I want everything.
That actually reminded me. That was another cut that was shown. Was there was more of the developing relationship between Éowyn and Faramir.
Yeah, and that would have been. I think that would have been great too. I mean,
yeah, where he's actually the Prince of Ithilien, and yeah, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, there's all those. It exists. It's in Jackson's vault somewhere. And
when we say Prince of Ithilien, this is after the war. Aragorn, after Aragorn is king, coronation and all that.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I think the last time we see them, Aragorn, or sorry, not Aragorn. Last time we see Faramir and Éowyn is at the coronation, I believe.
Yeah, it's at the coronation. But yeah, in the books, Faramir ends up becoming the Prince of Ithilien as well as the Steward of Gondor.
I see.
And there's a whole thing about that in there's also stuff with like Gimli and Legolas that was cut out of the films, but like what happened to them after the war was over.
I see.
But I'm telling, like I said, at some point they're gonna release it. It just probably won't be for another couple decades. But yeah.
By the way, you looks like I got. I mean, I don't know if this person was listening to this stream, but apparently I got a subscriber public subscriber during the stream. So thanks for subscribing, Fearless Leader. I don't know if you've
Fearless Leader.
I don't know if you've listened enough of my stream, but you know what I do whenever a subscriber comes? I usually hear a transmission, which I think I'm picking up right now. And
oh dear,
I think I'm picking up a welcome transmission right here. If you didn't know, that's from Beverly Hills Cop.
Great movie.
Great movie, and they're making another one, and Netflix is making it, and I am not so excited for good reasons. But Beverly Hills Cop retrospective, and eventually a live watch is definitely going to come pretty soon, because that's my first R-rated movie ever, and it's just saying right there. So so I think this is a good time to end it. We're actually almost in 23 seconds. We'll be at the
23 seconds. We're gonna hit 4 hours. We can do this. Okay.
We're definitely gonna pass the 4 hour mark, but
we're doing 4. Yep.
So High King Feanor, do people call you Your Grace, Your Majesty? What do they call you?
All of the above, and that's not me tooting my own horn. I'm being serious. Like, I get called Your Majesty on Twitter on a consistent basis, and it's like there's part of me that's like, oh man, this is great for the LARP, and there's another part where it's like, oh man, my ego is nowhere near big enough to like accept.
I'll just say Your Grace just to be consistent with Game of Thrones. So Your Grace,
Your Highness,
Your Highness, Alpha
Your
Chad. What is coming up on the High King Feanor channel?
So on the High King Feanor channel, we are going to have a video coming up. It's going to be titled Rings of Power Fans, the Postmodern Enemies of Tolkien. That's gonna be a chunker, but I'm gonna be really going in depth on and it's gonna illustrate a lot of problems with fandoms as a whole, not just ours, but similarities in fandoms as far as the negative aspect, and like what we were talking about earlier, what's really dragging the writing down in a lot of these adaptations.
And then there's a lot of people that just like to oh, the fandom has changed, it's gotten toxic and all that.
Toxic, exactly. Yeah, it's like, no, the fandom didn't get toxic. You just clap like mindless seals. But my big project, my magnum opus, I'm still I was telling Mags about it, is in Lady B. I was telling you about earlier. I'm going to be going to the Four Corners region and doing that whole filming landscapes and all that other sort of stuff. But that's not going to be until next year. Most of my stuff from now until probably about February is going to be really news related to Tolkien adaptations, my thoughts on it, my thoughts on the fan base, and maybe sprinkling in some lore videos here and there just to kind of, talk about some of the more interesting aspects of the lore that I really find interesting. Like, for instance, how powerful were the elves really, things of that nature. So, but yeah, that's what I got coming up. And other than that, just doing streams with y'all whenever I can. I love doing this stuff. I love talking with people. I love it. It's just nice. It's nice to talk with people. It's nice to meet new people. It's, obviously you and I have met before. We were on Nerd Chill stream, but and
I came out of that stream totally changed. Totally. And once I met High King Feanor, I think I grew 3 inches, and
hopefully not sideways. Who knows? What I was gonna say is, I love being on these streams and talking with people. Here's the thing: I also love to encourage debate. I've tried it with the Rings of Power fan base. So hey, if there's any Rings of Power fans that listen to the Chillporeal stream, I don't see you guys ever doing that because you hate me. But if you guys did listen to this, if any of you, I promise I'm not Satan, okay? Come on, I will talk to you. I will be friendly with you, and you and I can have a debate on the lore. We don't have to have a moderator. It could just be you and me having a nice conversation. You know, I will be polite. I promise.
You ever watch Seinfeld? You ever watch Seinfeld?
Oh, of course, yeah.
All right. When you just said I am not saying, I was just thinking, remember the episode where Elaine's like, I am not going to hell. And they're like, you are. And then the priest is like, you're both going to hell. And then she's just like, and then the boyfriend, I forget his name, the dude that plays Joe in Family Guy. He's like, you stole my Jesus fish. And she's like, yeah. So
yeah.
I want to clip that just after you said that. So sorry.
I'm serious though. I will be more than pleasant to them, but like I love debating too. So if any of them ever wants to be on a stream with me and they want to debate the merits of that god awful television show, I am more than willing to do it, and I will be the most pleasant person on God's green earth.
Yeah, I mean, I think debate is good. I think it's good.
It's healthy.
It's healthy, and it's the thing is the individuals on the opposite side of the aisle that want to debate you. Hopefully, they do it in good faith. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of that.
No, well, there's not a whole lot of desire to debate because 9 times out of 10, because I've thrown out this invitation before. I'll make this quick because I know you got to run.
No, don't worry about it. No, take your time.
I've thrown this invitation out before to people, and every single time it's the same reaction. The minute they get challenged to this kind of conversation, this kind of debate, it's you're a bigot, you're a racist, you're a this, you're a that, blah blah, and then they hit the block button. It's like, okay, great. So you weren't a good faith person. That's fine. Thank you for showing me.
And they don't have the ability to debate. Like they can't.
No, that's true.
It takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of prep to debate, and it's just something that they don't want to do. They just want to. They just want to feel the high, be part of a group, and and be what do they call them? Cry bullies? Is that the
cry
term
bullies
now?
Yeah. They cry about people being all these terrible things, but they also like to try and push around and try and force people to think that the way they think, and it's just but the invitation is always there for all of these people. If Fellowship of Fans contacted me tomorrow and said, yeah, we can have the debate about Rings of Power, I would be perfectly fine and polite to them, and I'd be like, let's do it. And let's and the other thing too that I like to do is like, hey, let's do a stream for charity. Like, let's have a debate, and let's put let's put our collective follower base together, and let's do a stream for St. Jude's and maybe raise a few $100 or something, like something like that. And every single time I always get the same response. It's like, okay, fine. If you're going to be like that, that's fine. Thank you for exposing yourself. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, and they are the ones that call people the word that rhymes with smatsy or patsy or something.
Yeah,
I mean, just seriously, like once I hear that come out of people's mouths, that's just them. Like they're just repeating shit that they hear elsewhere, and it just for me, like I'm not going to argue like that with them unless they have good faith. If they don't have good faith, I don't suffer.
Yeah.
I don't suffer. I mean, I am past suffering fools.
Yeah. And it's pretty easy to tell early on whether somebody's going to be good or bad faith. And but I always try and approach everybody in an honest way. I try and be as real as I can with everybody. So I mean,
yeah, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I think that's a good thing, and it's just I mean, conversations are important, and that's part of staying Nerdporeal, even though I say that just to to have a catchphrase at the end, but that's part of what it means. That's part of what I'm gonna write. Because I just passed 3,000 subs, I promised to do a freaking video about that. So that's my next video actually, is I'm gonna make gonna define what stay Nerdporeal means. That I always say at the end. So that's part of it, is having a conversation. Very people, cool. Especially about stuff like that. But it's everything that you've said in your video, your first video, or your video about making a proper adaptation. It's being faithful to the original intent of the person that made your job possible in the first place. Yeah. If you can't do that, then you are a sack of shit, in my opinion.
Yeah, agreed.
So, Yeah. But this was a this was a fun stream. Like I got enough. I had enough to drink. Now I'm hungry. Now I want donuts.
Right.
And but man, thank you so much for doing this. Thank you so much for playing 4 hours. I don't know if we're gonna beat 4. I don't think we're ever gonna beat 4 hours.
Yeah,
unless
never.
unless I get Gadfly on and we do 5 hours.
But, get me and Gadfly on. We'll go for like 10.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you. I mean, you guys already have a history. You guys are doing the thing with Lady Balefire and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So the next one's gonna be this Sunday.
Yeah. It's gonna be 2 days from now. Yeah.
How many? Do you know how many streams there's gonna be? Like, are they?
We're doing a few chapters at a time. This is probably gonna go into like mid-October, if I recall correctly, early to mid-October.
And is it weekly or every other week?
Every other week.
Okay.
It gives everybody time to read and familiarize themselves with what they're talking about. That way, when we come into the streams, we're like ready to go, automatic. Yeah. So,
I'll see if I can fit some chapters in, because I know right now I'm reading the 4th book of the Wheel of Time, Shadow Rising, and I got to start doing my my book streams, because I've been doing book streams for the first 3 over the course of the last year or so. It's been fun. I built good relationships with White Cloaks and Prophet and Band of Manetheren. So I want to keep doing that, and I love the relationships I built here so far. And I mean this is like episode 12 or 13 or something, Chillporeal, and there's still so many more people I want to bring on to have conversations with, and that's. Once again, I am grateful that you were willing to join me for the stream.
Oh yeah, man! Anytime. I like I said, I love talking with people, especially about this stuff. Like if you bring me on just to talk about Tolkien, I can do that for hours on end, like nonstop. Like my missus, she gets annoyed with me because of how much I talk about Tolkien. So, like, and she's a nerd just like me, but like she even every once in a while she'll be like, Lance, stop it. But that's neither here nor there.
I got the children here, and so once I finish the chapters I didn't read of Lord of the Rings, then I'll probably start reading I'll probably start reading or listening to this. I mean, Christopher Lee.
Children of Ern. Very good.
I got to do that. So, but man, once again, everybody, I know there's only 2 people here, so I'm guessing Gadfly, and maybe one other person.
You gotta let me do this.
Sure.
Yeah, let me do this.
Sure, okay. Go ahead.
Everybody, stay Nerdporeal. The High King has spoken. There you go. I just wanted to do that.
That's perfect. All right, man. Thank you, and everybody.
Yeah, brother.
Have a good night. And we'll next week, Chillporeal will feature DJ Ronnie G. So it'll be next Friday. So definitely check that out. And everybody have a good weekend and stay safe. And here's the outro.